Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to another stream. How is everyone doing this fine evening or morning? All right, attendance check. Hey Yix, hey Mons, hey Tanjiro, Weeby, welcome, and also Azzy. Hello guys, hello. And also Weeby, I saw you subbed. Thank you for the tier 1 sub for 2 months. Appreciate it, my man. Thank you. The $2 internet is not paying off. Okay, so it's been a while since I last streamed. It was last Saturday, yeah, because school already started. I'm preparing for my finals. I only had the time to stream tonight. It was the payment wasn't updated, so I updated today. Oh, really? Huh. But again, thank you, baby, for the sub. Hey, Pengu, hello. Welcome, guys. Good evening. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, Azite. Um, I will do my best on finals so that I can stream after school, uh, after summer vacation. I mean, like in the middle of summer vacation. Hell yeah, which means I can push more content during that time. Hey Yix, sorry, is the music too loud? All right, there. All right. Damn ad won't leave me alone. That's crazy. 3-minute ads whenever someone joins. Maximizing capitalism. Heck yeah. But um, for this evening, we will not be playing Hollow Knight. We had too much of the game. It is consuming me. I am becoming hollow. I am becoming a Hollow Knight. For this evening, we will be playing Cult of the Lamb. Okay, so for those who are not familiar with the game, Cult of the Lamb is like a you manage your own cult and you get to explore the areas. You're like a lamb trying to fight the bosses that like I don't know. I don't know. It's like a managing game. It's cute. It's horror. I like the art style. And here's the thing. The reason why I bought this is because it has Twitch integration. So if you guys can see, I don't know if you guys can see, there's like a logo of the game in the chat for the phones, or it's either an overlay for the PCs. So you guys can customize your your member, your character first before joining the cult, and which I will explain later. Which I will explain further later when we get into the game. Yeah, it's a resource management plus roguelike. Yeah, thanks, Phoebe. But yeah, like he said, we get to explore the the dungeons, like a dungeon crawler game where I can like take care of you guys. You guys can like praise me, and then we can level up our cult. Yeah, then I can get more abilities. Yeah, what the guy said. I don't know if you guys can see. Is there like a like a Cult of the Lamb overlay in your side? No, you were born to be hollow. I'm too enough being hollow. Time to be a cult leader. Hey sis, chat. Greet my sister. Yeah. Okay. So you can see it. I am guessing everyone can see it as well. So why don't you guys customize your character first before joining the cult? And it is gonna be a raffle. It's gonna be a raffle. One of you guys will be the lucky winner. But don't worry, all of you guys will join. All of you guys can join. It just depends on how lucky you are. His sister-in-law. Yes, Winter, my sister-in-law. Hello. Good evening. How's your day, Winter? Let's go gambling. Ah, dang it. Oh yeah, chat. I want to yap about something. Remember that I was complaining about group projects with the like the previous week. I can see Koptalam UI. I think you got it set up correctly. Hey, thank you. But if you guys have like any problems with the custom with the overlay of the game, please feel free to ask me in the chat. Okay. Anyway, As I was saying, remember the group project that I yapped about. Um, I think it was last week, the previous weeks. We reported on Monday, last Monday. So we reported our group system, aka Figma make, Figma design. Me no remember. That's alright. Yeah, that's alright. But TLDR, we were in groups. We were in groups of three. I mean, we were in a group with three members. Yeah, and you know what I did? I soloed the whole project. Cause dude, I really despise group project, especially if it's those kinds of people. So I had no choice but to solo the project. I mean, it was easy. It was not that hard, but it was just time consuming. Can't lie. But I did had fun making it. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that thing. I did have fun making the Figma prototype. Really good. I feel proud of that. And when I presented it, I gave the other members like a explanation on how the system works so that they can have something to say on during the presentation. And we kind of did well. Kind of did well. The instructor didn't ask any questions, and I feel like if they didn't ask any questions, I think they are satisfied with the project that we made. Sorry, my allergies is acting up again because I just took a nap a while ago twice. I took a nap like an hour, 11 to 12 after I got home from school, and then I wake up for like one one 1 to 4 in the afternoon just to play just to play some games, and then I decided to go back to sleep again for 2 hours. Hmm. Hold on. Someone chatting in the server. Oh, it's my ping. Okay. The extension only shows the text unless I get a percentage thing. Eh? Really? But anyway. Oh yeah. Sorry. Forgot to mention. I forgot to mention. My streaming schedule will be changed again. It is now gonna be on Tuesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays because um, the PE course, we now have a instructor in the PE course because previously we didn't had one until like just now. So basically, uh, basically our midterms we didn't had an instructor with our physical education. So now that we have one, now that I have one, it is gonna be on Thursdays. Thursdays like 10 to 12 a.m. So yeah, I feel like streaming on Wednesday evening can make me feel groggy the next morning. So I decided it's gonna be on Tuesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Cause on Wednesday I have classes, but it's gonna be in the afternoon, so it's like 1 to 7. Join the cult or else Yossi creams you. Hey yo, hey Nova, good evening. Hello, hello. Join my cult, twin. Please, twin, join my cult. The extension of unless I have to buy the game or something. No, 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 no. You don't have. You don't have to. I swear, you really don't have to. What if I say no? Well, well, well. Count your days. Your head is gonna be in a guillotine with public execution. Make sure to write a letter for your friends and families. If you do not join the cult, you will face the consequences. Do you understand? Okay. Anyway, give me some time on the way to buy it. I just looked up. What do you mean you need the game? What? There is no way. Hold on. Does my need the game to join the cult of Twitch integration? No, there's no way. There is no way. No, your viewers do not need to own or install. No, your viewers do not need to own or install Cult of the Lamb to participate in the Twitch integration. So you don't have to. you're just making a reason to buy the game. I'm joking. I'm joking. Then why the frick does it not let me do anything? What? Did you customize the character? If it if yes, then maybe it's because I haven't created the game yet. I haven't created the game. We're gonna start a new save because fun fact, I did stream this previously. When I was still new on VTubing, I actually streamed this, but um hey, you know me, sailing the seven seas. So how does it work? I mean, if you see, I'm pretty sure you can see like an overlay with like Cult of the Lamb. You can customize your character. You know what? Let's just create the game. I genuinely do not know, but I swear it works. I swear it works. On Chimera Soul, this game, this extension will work. Hold on. All right, you know what? Let's open up the game. Let's open up the game. Let us not waste some more time. Go to the lamb. Full screen window borderless. Okay. Ah, crap. Okay, audio. Okay, new save. Also, if I can save up what I have with this week. Hey, Eru! Oh my gosh, everyone's here! Yeah! Sorry. Anyway, let us start a new save. How do I join the cult? I heard you can breed your fun. Wait, hold on, please. I can't. I don't have child support for any of you guys. Ugh. Audio check. Yet sacrificial beasts take heed, for a crown cannot sit upon two brows. Breathe. Nova! Chill, lax. No way I'm breathable. Well, let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. Summoning rooms, placing rooms. Oh, I'm sad. Now, yeah, I did stream this not so long ago. Like, when I was still new in VTubing, I was like 3 months into VTubing. I did stream this, but it was not the actual copy. Sorry about the game, so that you guys enjoy the Twitch integration. I never asked about child support. What do we have here? Oh yeah, kneel to be sacrificed. Damn. What a great start. Before us stands the last of its kind. All others we have hunted down and put to the blade. Dyslexic time, Jesus. With this final sacrifice, the prophecy will be impossible to fulfill. The heretic who lies bound below will be condemned to eternal captivity. And the old faith shall be preserved. Oh, poor me. Damn, I'm already dead. Am I heaven? Heaven? Oh yeah, they see no evil, speak no evil, hear no evil, they think no evil. Hear no evil, guys. We're all breathable. Yeah, you should think it that way. The one who waits, come closer. Fear not, for though you are already dead, I still have need for you. Those foolish bishops thought they could keep you from me in death, but instead they sent you straight to me. I will give you life again, but at a price. All I ask is for you to start a cult in my name. Do we have a deal? I don't have any other choice. No. Hey Shadow, welcome. Good evening, dude. Wise choice. Take the red crown which I once wore. With it, you shall command the loyalty of the followers and strike fear into the hearts of our enemies. Return to the land of the living, start a cult in my name, and begin recruiting followers. Which are you guys? Once you have done so, you will see me again. Now, go! The one who waits is there the one who grips? Gosh, you're still going at it. That's crazy. Heck yeah. Oh, it feels good to be back, baby. Okay, I'm playing on controller, so I forgot. I was playing on keyboard back then. Dodge roll is circle. Where's my C dash? I need my C dash. Where's my Gosh, I keep pressing R2 to dodge. So used to Hollow Knight chat. So we're gonna get bread. Hold on, we're still at the tutorial. Hold on. Hold on, girl. C dash? Yeah. Where's my C dash? Where's my long nail? Sorry, Ratao. I was sent to guide you. You are deep in the lands of the old fate and in grave danger. My instructions are to lead you to safety. Continue to the woods. Escape lies ahead. I will be close by. Is there? Yes, there it is. There it is. Oh no, why is it not connected? Why is it not connected? What a cute fanboy of Lust. Damn, cool name, but welcome. How are you doing? How are you doing? Why is my hold on, I need to connect this. Connect my game. Yes. Authorize. Roguelites are unlocks of characters. Roguelites. I think you get to upgrade only one character. Oh, is that so? Hold on, is it now connected? I swear I set this up. Connect my game, yes. Yes, authorize. Hold on. Install Twitch. I already set that up. There we go. It's now connected. There's my name. Lust, the desire of affection of others. Isn't Lust, therefore he's an incubi. I mean, no comment. Anyway, I set that up. I set that up. Oh yeah, the Twitch messages. You guys your messages on the stream can be seen on in game, but let's speedrun this so that you guys can now join. There we go. Call of the Lamb Twitch integration. Viewers can spend channel points which fill up your totem bar. When this bar is full, you receive a reward. Help or hinder events will happen automatically. They allow viewers to vote on either giving you a bonus or punishing you. Allow viewers to enter a raffle to create your next follower. The follower will be designed by the viewer and will display their name above them at all times. See, this is what I like. This is what I like with the game. You guys can join. Heck yeah. But oh, Twitch integration has reached mobile devices. Oh, nice. What? Follower points. Follower costs 2 points. Follower costs 2k points. Hey yo. Wait, hold on. I will not allow that. I will not allow that. Why is it so dang expensive, dude? What happened? How do I join the cult? Hold on. What do you mean 2k points? Oh my gosh! Oh, send a cult follower message. Contribute. Oh, it's just a follower message. Can I edit that? I don't know. Anyway, addition to existing features include the option for viewers to add clothing to their followers, as well as new help or hinder choices. You also play Knucklebones against Twitch chat. Build the Knucklebones chat or head to a house shack to play. There's so many updates with the Twitch integration. I like that. Okay, so you can send a message in your cult persona and we'll say it in game. I remember using that and got timed out by the What did you say? Girl, what did you say? That's crazy. Oh my gosh, 8 directional key D-pad is not very viable on this game. Ugh. I need to get used to it. I called her short. You absolute mad lad. Open inventory. Oh, coins. Fuck out of the way. I have 16k points. Hey, damn, 16k. I played these games before. I played these games before, baby. You can't touch this. Probably one game Nova, and then maybe you guys can also the cult. Crap. I need my desolate dive. Have fun, Yoshi. Don't forget to cream. I'll try. I'll try to cream everyone, I guess. Ichibai is a male and Succubi is a female. So I suppose we are male since you're a fanboy now. We are doing a analysis on Fanboy of Lust here. Alright, I can get one to mod Minecraft. Let me know if I can get one of the mods to eat poop. Yeah, sure, buddy, sure. Alright, we're like 3 out of 4. We have nearly reached safety, but look ahead. Another poor soul is about to be sacrificed. Rescue them, and they will have no choice but to join your new cult. Oh, mighty bishops of the old faith, we ask you to accept the sacrifice of this wretched soul. Hey, who interrupts our ritual and trespasses on sacred ground? Like literal type of sound effect. Oh man. Sorry, I keep pressing R2. I am turning hollow. Rescue. Oh. Well, damn, that's one way to rescue someone. Alright, next one. We have reached safety. You have done well. The red crown will allow you to use those markings on the ground to transport yourself greater distances. It will take you to a temple that has fallen to ruin. There you will be able to design your new cult, to begin your new cult. We'll meet you there. Hell yeah, nice, there we go. Alright, let's gather everyone. Heretics defeated. Heretics defeated? Huh? Weird. Breed the Eldritch, dear God! I never stated I was a demon. That is forged information. The frick? You're always freaky, Nova. Medium, easy. Developer recommended? Yeah, sure. Why not? So our cult leader is a fanboy. Isn't that a good thing? This hallowed ground, which one was mine, is now yours. This crumbling ruin is to be the site of your new cult. We have much to do. Begin by introducing this poor soul into the warm embrace of your cult. Follow and gather resources for you. Followers can gather resources for you. Order this one to collect lumber or stone. Can we name the cult Philippi? No, wait, I have an idea. Wait. I will dedicate myself to you. I swear it. And follower raffle! Hey, this is it. Let's try this. Start raffle. Okay, could you guys try, I guess? You guys, is there like something popping up? How? Wait, What? Oh no. Why is why? Oh, give it some time. Okay. Okay. There's two people now. I genuinely do not know how. Sir, Oppo, sir, there's nothing. What do you mean there's nothing? Did you customize your character, Nova? Nande. I thought it's gonna work. I thought on mobile it's gonna work. I tried it before. Okay, so we now have 3. Ah, come on, Nova. No wonder you gotta customize your first. You gotta customize your character first. All right. Let us wait. Probably like five participants here. Again, only one is gonna be the lucky winner. So, I don't know. Place your bets. Imagine it's gonna be Winter. Imagine it's gonna be her. Let's wait for 5 hours. That's crazy. I've done it. Okay, 8 participants. Put it on red. What do you mean red? Red. Okay, is everyone here? You guys have 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 10, 9, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fucking Weary! What the hell? What the hell? Okay. Oh, damn. Okay. Lucky you. Turf. Okay, so you have easier to level up. Negative fate whenever another follower dies. And may I start? Oh, come on! Stop! Hot-tempered. May start a fight with other followers. Damn. Again, chat. You guys can like. All of you guys can join. It just depends on how lucky you are. Well, welcome, Wiwi. I order you to chop some wood. Be a good boy and chop me some and give me some wood. By your hand, our cult will grow powerful. But your followers cannot live on prayer alone. They must eat. I suppose you're just horny every day. Wait, I saw something. This game is making Nova so horny. Oh my gosh, dude. It's a cute game. How can you make this crap so horny? You know what? Alright, let me help you. Alright. Actually, I need wood. Alright, while you do that, I'm gonna get some stone. It's just like Minecraft then. Oh? You want to say something? I will be a good boy! I am loving this already. To be fair, the idea of absolute devotion is kinda hot. I freaking love this Twitch integration. Holy crap. Build cooking fire. Where do I build that? Don't slander Nova. I mean, the idea of praising someone's kinda hot. If you know, you know. I guess we can... where should be a cooking station be? I guess here? There's too many woods. I need to like remove some of them. Maybe here. Alright. Your followers need to eat. You need to. Your followers need to eat, and it's up to you to provide meals for them. The hunger of your cult can be seen from the top left of the screen. When this gets too low, your followers begin to starve. Find more food while crusading. Pick routes that pass through foraging locations. Plant farms to grow your own food. Seeds can be purchased or found whilst crusading. Alright, I see. I concur. I do enjoy having peasants be subservient to me. What is your wisdom? Or was it give us your wisdom? Grab any chance that one seed for Lady Luck. Lady Luck, may you pass by. Berries. Need to collect this one. Man, I mean, I'm loving this Twitch integrations already. Every message costs 2k. I don't want to adjust it because maybe it's gonna break the game. I'm still not confident with it. Eat up, eat. Food's ready. Go eat. Now we must build a shrine, but first we will need more followers and more gold, both of which can be found when crusading through the lands of the Old Fates. Our mutual benefactor, the one who waits, has been trapped by the 4 bishops of the Old Fates. Each of them guards a chain that binds him to the realm beyond. Now confidence clip goes right there. No, it's now canonically seed. We have conjured openings to their realms. It is your task to track them down and slay them so that he may be freed. Now go! There you shall find gold and willing recruits, and for those who are not willing, convert them by force. You have no choice, chat. You have to join my cult. I have saved you. I have saved you from despair. You have no choice but to join my cause. Gosh, was I just saw a handsome lad. Sorry, I just passed by. Sorry, Nova. But I'm streaming right now, so Darkwood. Oh, Anura. Is there no any other? Oh, this is the only one I can unlock. Alright. Oh Jesus, that scared the crap out of me. Sorry, I don't know if that was like loud to you guys. Anyway, let us find more followers so that you guys can join. I don't want any of you guys to be left out. My poor souls, my poor little baby boys and girls. Oh, 3 hearts. I saw him walking by, a tall, wearing white long sleeves and black pants. He walked so confidently. How do I attack again? What's my oh, I don't have a sword, damn it. What am I doing? There we go. Entering the lands of the Bishop Leshy. Those who do not follow the ways of the Old Fate will be destroyed. Yeah, blah 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 blah. To hell the Old Fate. That will be the new fate. Watch in there. What the hell? Your partner, Tomboy or Wrath? Tomboy of Wrath? Imagine, yo, that's gonna be crazy. Tomboy of Wrath. Let's go up here. He's quite patient at oh. Oh, interesting. Peak boyfriend. Heck yeah. When's the marriage? How are you gonna invite us to our wedding? I'm joking. I know I have like abilities, but maybe I haven't unlocked them yet, cause what the hell? What? Huh? Hello? Marriage only complicates things. By the way, chat, I'll be getting married next month. Really? Leshy, how can this be? You were put to the blade, lamb, as all your kind were, and yet here you stand before me, unrepentant. The crown, his power. Could it be? But you're stronger still. Turn tail and run, little lamb. Frick you! Nuh-uh. No way. Give me the symbols. If you're married, breaking up is a whole thing. What happened? Well, how did Nova got timed out? How did you get timed out? 2 minute symbols. That's crazy. Nova's too freaky. Ayan kasi! Ayan kasi eh! Oh wait, wait, no, there's something here first. There's something here. The emerald. No! Mayana, please. Oh, hi. Here's the lamb, conduit to great power. Promised liberator of the one that waits below. So the cards showed me once, many lifetimes ago. Oh, has that yet to be? I always have drawn your cards, lamb, and yet this is the first. Take these cards, and I will draw another each time we meet. When drawn by me, they will grant you power. I don't know why I said the dialogue like that. When attacked 20%, I'd rather take an extra heart. There's something he says. Damn English accent is coming back. Your deck decides your fate. You may find more upon your crusades, and I will draw from them. Look upon it now. Ooh. Mexican fuzz with Russian. That's crazy. And now he talks like a Mexican guy. No. All as it has should be. All as it ever was. As it always will be. Damn. That's a great quote. Maybe I'm gonna put that in my bio. What did I get? Ah, Darkwood! Heck yeah. Why so controversial? Eh? I wonder when he'll breed us. Hold on, Nova, you... Oh, follower! I can go here. Don't worry, I don't know. Do I have the option to say no? Look, I know, I know growing... I know it's part of like growing the cult, but the worm, is it hungry? It feeds. It partakes of our flesh, but that is the price for safety. For that, we gladly give it all we have. Yeah. Right. I wonder who's gonna be the next unfortunate soul. I mean fortunate. Later. I wonder who's gonna be the fortunate soul later. Yeah, I can get grass. Alright, let me get some of these extra resources. I don't have to deal with like shortage and stuff later. Grass. Oh, meat. Damn. Alright. Wait, boss fight? I like the controls of this game. It's really smooth. I like it. Hello. Rude. Hi? Oh. Well balanced blade dealing moderate damage. Oh. Gimme! Oh, it attacks faster. Okay. Oh, it's just the same speed. Probably just a placebo effect, huh? Dude, I miss playing this, holy crap. Because I streamed this like not so long ago, but I really didn't have that much progress onto it, probably like only 6 hours. So hopefully, I can get more than that. We will be one happy family. We will be one happy family with no fights. I hope. With no only kindness and faith for me. I'm gonna watch if I find any. Okay. What do you mean happy? You'll sacrifice me first, Aaron. Chat will decide that. chat will decide that if you will be sacrificed. Are we all bad players in this game of a chance? I don't know. We are horses, not squids. I don't know, something that the main character on Squid Game said. This one. Yeet me first. But I love you guys. I love. Oh, that's you. You have come far enough, little lamb. My followers are willing to do anything for me. Can you say the same of yours? I mean, I have like a follower for now. I gave myself to the cause, almighty leader. By the blood of the great ones, destroy the red crown. Please chat. I have a dog. What the? Enthusiast? Oh I keep pressing R2 to attack, to dodge. You're not so tough, are you? Hey, not so tough, are you? The dog can fend for itself. Oh, we got another one! Please spare me. Convert me to your cult. I will follow your teachings faithfully. Of course, my poor baby soul. Alright. Get back! Oh. Oh. I suppose seeds that we can turn into berries. Nice. Okay. Oh. Oh. Beat him! Oh gosh, Nova. Tentacle? Oh, that's still locked. I see. Alright, we now have 2 followers. Ready up, chat. Ready up. Heck yeah. Ready up. We're gonna do a raffle again. Maybe after 3 more runs, the door will be open. I'm not sure. Not sure. Oh, hey, baby. Do you have? Oh, sorry. I'm in a tutorial. See you later. I am relieved to see you. You made it safely. You have not returned alone. You have convinced more to join our faithful flock. Let us introduce this new convert. Let us indoctrinate this new convert so that we may continue. You got something to say? Hi, Femboy. I'm Femboy. Nice to meet you. God damn it. Okay, ready up the raffles, chat. Ready up. Follower raffle. Alright. Yes, start. Who's gonna be the lock arena now? We have 1, we have 2. Okay, where are the other people? Again, feel free to join. I am not forcing anyone. It's all just laugh and gags. It is only voluntary. Don't worry. I'll give you guys like 5 minutes. 5 minutes or less. Fauna says I can't join since I'm already here. Yeah, of course you can't. You're already here. That's gonna be BS. That's gonna be unfair for the others. But what if I... come on. Give chance to others, BB. Come on. Okay, 4 participants. I said that was a joke. I said that as a joke. Of course you would. You're not that kind of person. Excuse me. Yoshi, I have found another mince fart horror mode. Oh no. Was it gonna be? Wait, what's it gonna be this time? There we go. Jeez, why pronunciation? Wait. Okay, is everyone here? I will give you 30 seconds. 29, 28, 7. It's called a cryptid. Oh, interesting. Looks very good. Looks very good. I'm excited. Heck yeah. 2, 1, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Hey, it's Adzi! Welcome, dude. Okay, so you are -5 fate when a follower is sacrificed. Can be pet! Ignores the centers when they preach. Oh my gosh, I can pet you? Oh, that's sick. I order you to give me some wood. Wait, can I pet you? Followers will either work or worship. Worshipping followers generate devotion for you to collect. But to collect devotion, you require a shrine. Can I make one? Alright, shrine. Yes. Help me build this. Wait, we have another follower. Ready up the raffle again. Oh, Twitch integration. Praise be. Your followers can now worship you. Here is a new follower. Assign them to worship the shrine. Then collect devotion your followers generate. At the shrine to unlock divine inspiration. Oh hey Tanjiro, welcome. Alright, we have another follower. Alright, ready up. Ready up. You know what? While you guys are gonna join, I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. It's just gonna be quick. Alright, I'm back. Hi back, how are you doing? Okay, gonna start the raffle now. Pingu! Pingu! Petable can be a pet. On recording, followers immediately lose 10 fate. My dude Pingu is here. Alright, worship. Collect devotion from your shrine. Once collected enough points, you will unlock divine inspiration. The more followers worshipping at your shrine, the faster they will fill up. If the shrine is full, they will stop worshipping until it is emptied. Once you have collected divine inspiration, unlock new buildings for your cult through the shrine. Hey, damn, we have another one! Oh, thanks for contributing, Wiwi. The shrine. We have another one. Goddamn. Wait, how many? Genuinely, how many did I got? How many how many like people did I got on the during my expedition? I want Winter. I want Winter and Nova to join the call. Wait, 4, 2, and 3. Oh. Yeah, it was 2 and 3. Yes, Winter, I want you and Nova to join the call, please. Not like, wait, is that like too possessive for you? is that too needy, huh? We already knew you wanted Winter and Nova. Need for Speed most wanted. Keyboard's dropping inputs. Anyway. Skittish. Oh, Phoebe! God damn! Needy, like, did you streamer overdose? Oh my gosh, like, KNGL. Bless. Oh, hey Ivan, welcome. Join us in the cult, Ivan. You can join. You gotta customize your character first, and then you can join the raffle. Worship. It is growing. It is growing. Yes. I'm sinking this ship. Winter Jack. Hey yo. Oh, did I unlock something? Oh, temple. Establish a temple to preach sermons and perform rituals. Oh. I'm working like a slave? No. Don't think it like that. You are working as a contribution to our new cult. You will be remembered if you die. Your name will be in like a podium. Good boy. Temple. God damn, I need that much, huh? Build temple. How much does it cost again? ちょっと待ってね. Where's the oh, anti-aliasing is on. Oh, that's weird. I feel used. I feel used. My fanboy colors are getting desaturated. Oh hell no. Don't worry, just pray for me, and everything will be alright. Wait, hold on. Is this considered as like blasphemy? I don't want. I don't want to offend any like, religion and stuff. What? Huh? Wait, do I need to like hold? Oh, there. Weird. It wasn't registered in my my inputs. Anyway, can I mine this? Yeah. Oh, it's gonna take so long to mine that. I don't wanna join it. Might be a fanboy cult. We haven't got a name. We haven't even got a name for it for now. Actually, chat. What do you guys want the name for our cult? Winter suggested Filipinos. God fucking damn it. Muntinlupa. I remember Gerard's meme with that. Oh, what is it's like Gerard like asked the chat what's gonna be the name for this prison, and one said Muntinlupa. Laguna. Oh my gosh, dude. That's crazy. I wanna put it here though. Alright, let me remove this so that I can put a temple there. Oh? Hey, what's good? Yes? I beg your finest pardon? Wait, what? Wait, wait, what did you say? Oh, emojis doesn't work. Oh shit. Oh man, I feel bad. There goes the 2k points though. Cult of the Breedable Femboys. Willy Wonka's factory. Femboy milk cult. You guys are crazy. How about we rename it like Willy Wonka. Femboy Femboy Island 2.0. Alright, thanks Azzy and Willy for helping with the temple. Yoshirism. The temple is the center of your cult. From there, you will preach sermons to grow stronger and perform rituals to mold the fragile minds of your followers. Yes, chat, I will mind control all of you. You are responsible for maintaining the faith of your cult. If it falls too low, your followers will dissent against you and eventually leave. No, don't leave. I was gonna say Femboy Haven. Oh, Yoshirism? Ooh. Your followers are ready to hear your word. Show them that you are a great leader. Preach a sermon from within your temple. Alright, chat. Let us start. Hey, congrats Ivan for reaching the three stream streak. Congrats. I shall take over the cult. No one tell you. Must have been the wind. God damn. Huh, must have been the wind. You guys heard something? Damn, I didn't saw anything. I was probably lagging. Inside thought, yeah, inside thought. Alright, sermon. Gather up, everyone, gather up. My 4 lucky members, my 4 pioneers of the fanboy, of the Yoshi reason. Okay, strength through the flock. Through the faith of your followers, you grow stronger. Performing sermons will draw power from them and allow you to unlock new abilities, weapons, and curses. Followers with a higher loyalty level will generate more devotion. Therefore, the more followers you have and the more loyal they are, the quicker you will gain new abilities. Yoshi is getting married to a rich CEO. Wait, what? Wait, what? Where did you get that kind of information? As a devoted follower, I yearn for the cult. Exactly, Azzy. You know what? I'm gonna pat you for that. I'm gonna give you a pat. Where are you? Hell yeah. Right. Where are you? Right. Move! You're amazing to behold, a natural leader. I see why you were chosen. If you are to guide your cult, you will need to declare doctrines so that they might obey you. Return to the land of old faith and seek out commandment stone fragments. With these, you will be able to declare new doctrines. Alright, where's Azzy? I'm gonna give you a head pat. Where are you? Hello? Hello? Azzy? Yoshi is oh, sorry, I read that again. We're gifting him long-lasting. Behold the Azzy there. Behold the princessin of Femboy Chulang. Interact, eat, sleep, pet follower. Good job, my dude. Good boy. Alright, let us explore so that you guys can join. More followers can join. Thank you, Liter. As always. Alright, let's do some. What's it called again? Crusading? Should have bred him instead of. I swear, if you manage to join the Cult Nova, I am gonna do something bad to you. Hi. I am glad I found you. I bring some good news. The one who waits is pleased with your progress and wishes to grant you a crown ability. Oh. Oh no, Cult Leader, I'm stuck. Don't worry, I'm not gonna touch you. Ah, sorry. Ugh. My saliva. Ugh, disgusting. Hold triangle. Oh. Oh no. Sticky no. Look at my controller. No. Stick drift. Oh no, stick drift. Damn, I'm shaking so bad. I know I can't time this. There you are. Yeah. Sorry, I actually accidentally spat something on the mic while I was yapping. Enemies you slay will now drop Fervour. Is that how you pronounce that? Fervour? Collect this to replenish your curses. Fervour is the righteous anger earned by striking down non-believers and works like ammunition for your curses. Fervour will drop when you slay an enemy. Collecting it refuels your curses. Oh damn, I have cursed energy. This is like Jujutsu Kaisen. Can I pull up a domain expansion then? Yoshi, did you get my emoji? Did you get what my emoji means? Let me back read then. Snowboard bug toilet? What? Ski bug Skibug toilet? Wait, no, Skibidi toilet? Oh no. Nova, how do you pronounce the word? Is it fervor? Fervor? GGK season 4. I have cursed energy. Oh shit! God damn you guys! Stop hitting me. No, ads have started. Damn. Yoshi, it's pronounced fervor. Okay, sorry then, sorry. Well, thank you for educating me though. Fervor. Fervor. Man, I keep saying that. I keep saying fervor during my previous stream on this game. Fervor. Fervor. Favor. Fervor. Yoshi, I would sacrifice all of my men to go back to you, but you're oh man, maybe I am not too nerdy to understand that then. Aw. Gonna lurk for a bit? Sure, Azzy. Don't worry, your character here is gonna be safe. I can feel the fate hands. Percent chance. Give me this. You cannot argue with the draw. Might as well argue with the ocean. Sagot mo sa pagong. Ay, tanong mo sa pagong, they said. This we will understand surely. I am not too nerdy. Ow. I am not too nerdy to understand this. What? I have no fervor. Jeez, it's so hard to pronounce for some reason. Fervor. Favor. English is not it's not my first language, by the way. I need to focus. Where's my soul? I need to focus my masks. Hey, whoa. Oh, nighttime already? Crap. Actually, does the clock move whenever I explore? This, like, whenever I do expeditions? I think of furball, but instead it's fervor. Fervor? New animal Darkwood. Oh, hell yeah. Why do I... Dude, New follower. Yes, more followers, please. Please help me, Nova. Please, how do you pronounce fervor? Or I don't know. Ow. I keep taking stupid damage. Don't have. You know what? I'm just gonna call them curses. My pronunciation with some words sucks. It sucks. Oh, chicken. Look, it's Chicken Little from the hit Disney Channel movie, Chicken Little. Vengeful spirit. Now that you mention it, yeah. We are deadass comparing everything to Hollow Knight now. Oh, wait, I can't explore any of the other maps? Oh, that's sad. That movie used to be good. No, it isn't. Why though? Night, Yoshi. Oh, alright, night, sis. Alright. Hollow Knight brain rot. Still devotion. This is like Clash of... Hey! No fair! No fair! Your monument can... Everything is hello. Maybe I should be a knight then. A Hollow Knight. Damn. You believe in destiny immutable. When hit down to half a heart, all enemies will be dealt double damage. And I don't want. Actually, I think I have like a reward whenever I have not taken damage throughout the whole game. Run, I mean, run. Eons agone. These lands were rife with goods and their adherents. What befall this Pantheon? Pantheon! Yo, chat, Pantheon mentioned! Oh my gosh, Pantheon 4? Yeah. Alas, 'tis the nature of beasts to forget, and of gods to be forgotten. Oh my gosh, God home! Agones. Nova, I swear. Mayhap they left, mayhap they slept, mayhap they devoured and were devoured in turn. Those few who remained spread roots, spawned rebs, molded this world to meet them and theirs. Pantheon 5 mentioned! They did a collab with Hollow Knight, that's crazy! Through a land of many gods once, hundreds now. Pick a commandment stone fragment. Is this one? Oh, I can take all of them. Thanks. Oh. Commandment stone. You have found enough fragments to form a commandment stone. Commandments are used to declare new doctrines for your new cult to follow. Use the altar in your temple to declare a new doctrine whenever you form a new commandment stone. Oh. More abilities. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Oh, hi. Ow, I didn't see you there. Wait, the water current is actually. Oh! The water current is actually like dragging me out. Like, that's crazy. Watch this! Wow! Okay, what happened to the water? Flaming shot 2. Shoot a piercing bolt of fire. Hold and release at the mark to make it explosive. Alright, thanks. Stick trip is gonna be a pain for me. Hey, Dashi. So, you foolishly persist, little lamb. I hear your lies and I smell your fear. The red crown rises again. But what an unworthy bear it has. You will soon learn, Dashi. You will soon learn. Taking so much hits. Ah! God damn. No. I don't wanna die just yet. I don't wanna die. My people are still waiting for me to go back home. Veilfar? Holy I don't have enough HP to fight you. Thank gosh, iframes for dashing. Ow! Ah! Hey! Yo! Hey! You're not that hard to fight. As I say, as I'm about to die. Hey, you're one hit. Ah! Your people are waiting to be bread cheese, Nova. Alright, we have another follower. Bye bye. You're not that hard. Gold nuggets. Oh, blueprint. The lamp carved with wood. Oh man, I should have not gotten that. It's just decoration. Making it harder. The difficulty, right? The difficulty? Yeah, we need to unlock. We need to do 2 more runs so that we can unlock that. But we have 2 followers. Alright. Let's do a raffle again. Right? Very good, my vessel. It seems I choose well when I kept you from death. I will be watching your every move. Do not disappoint me. Alright. Okay, the god who. Okay, the one who waits. I will not keep you waiting. Hey. Followers are inspired by your successful crusade. Yes, gimme! God damn. Dear God, I can't wait till they breed you. Oh my gosh. Alright, ready the raffles. He's gonna join this time. Has he been watching? I'm gonna get wrecked. Nova, where are you at? Where are you at, man? I feel like this is Nova. Not sure. Okay, we have 2. Oh, I wonder who's the other one then. Oh. I need to restart my this one. Oh wait, did someone wait, did someone follow? I have 195 followers. Hold on. Why is my activity feed not showing? I swear it's been buggy this time. Bro is currently waiting for Nova to torture him. But who followed? Oh my gosh, dude. My Twitch has been buggy recently. I'm gonna check who followed. Oh, Femboy of Lust. Okay, Femboy of Lust, thank you for the follow. I deeply apologize for not seeing your notifications there. I just saw it today. But thank you, my good man. Okay. All right. You did not win, Nova. You did not win. Hey Yeeks, welcome. Cynical, 15% harder to level up. Germaphobe, 10% fate when falling ill. Damn, Nova. You're not the you're the only one who's not gonna be bred. Chop trees. I want you to. Mine stone, alright. Oh, okay. Maybe this one. Maybe this time you'll win, Nova. Maybe this time you're gonna join. I'm gonna touch everyone and everything. That's crazy. I give that as a hell yeah moment. Chat, someone join so that Nova can't answer the call. No, I gotta check something. Chat, if someone joins, I'll French kiss my mirror. That's crazy. Clear all. Didn't mean to do that. Twitch. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so no activities. I can't really see my stream activities on my OBS, but anyway. So maybe this is Nova. No way. No way, no way. Is are we dead ass? Why is it lagging? There you are! Jesus. There you are. I'm over here checking sketching my OC or something, and I hear this convo. There you are. Welcome, Nova. You are sickly, heals 15% slower when sick and in bed rest, and materialistic, gain 50% fate when building better sleeping quarters. Oh. Hello, welcome to the club. Alright, go, I don't know, praise me, touch me, call me a good boy. Oh yeah, wait, I need sleeping bags. Yeah, it's literally you, yeah! It's you! Farm plot. Did I touch you? Well, pick me up, I'm scared. I'm scared. Go. No, breathe now. Who's now in there? Actually, Pingu, I order you to get some wood. I mean, right, chop, trees. We're currently low on supplies. No, I don't know, Nova. No, sadly, I don't. Sleeping beds. How many you guys want? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 6 members. I'm gonna build 6 beds for you guys. I've been saying all this time, breed the deer. Aw, just 1 bed? Ah yes, 1 bed for all of you guys. Did someone take a shit already? Dude. I'm back from your stream if you remember me. Oh, yeah, of course I remember you. You were the guy from the Pantheon 4. Well, I was playing Pantheon 4. You entered my stream. Yeah, yes. But welcome, good sir. Dear Hollow Knight, how are you doing this fine evening? Wanna join the cult? Should we place the bed here near the temple? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I ran out of materials. Who take a dookie, dude? Who take a massive shit? Can someone Oh man, I can't force you to eat poop. Why? Oh yeah, Hollow Knight. Customize your character first. Oh damn! Thank you for contributing to Torrent. Thank you for contributing on the cult totem. Appreciate it, buddy. The cult should be the cult of the Pale King. Alright, time. Alright, have fun with your rank, Nova. To force them, you have to pick it up and cook it. I'm not gonna say the actual word. You have to breed us first. I don't know if I have the option to breed. Come on! I don't know if I have the option. Good lord! It should be fed mouth to mouth, bro. Oh my gosh, dude. Can I kill this? Can I capture this? Okay, yeah, thank you. Hey, my wood! You sneaky bastards. You're not gonna get my wood. For real, but must be mouth to mouth. Dang it, I wanted you to say it and have a clip. No. Nuh-uh. Mouth to mouth. Ah yes, it's like the baby. It's like the mother bird feeding the baby birds, like munching it and then feeding it like a mushy kind of texture. Oh yeah, I wanna check you guys. Ah, poor Nova. He's sleeping on the floor. Poor dude. You only did Pantheon 3. When will you do a Hollow Knight Pantheon 4 stream? Probably in the near future. We will focus on other games first. Let's like change up our my content once in a while. Sorry. Lower accurate Nova here. Lower accurate. Kanina sabi ko sa saiga ko matutulog. Well, even in game you sleep on everything that is considered to be a floor. When you do you. I guess as long as you're happy. You know what? I'm gonna make you a bed. I'm gonna make you one. Keep me alive, Yoshi. I have good perk. Really? Wait, what's your perk again? Interact. Wait, I know there's like a list here on is it? Hold. Yeah. Wait, I swear I can see the list, member list. Oh, has he? Oh, yeah. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna clean this. Unsanitary conditions at your cult will cause your followers to become sick. If a follower becomes sick, assign them to a bed rest or they could die. Ugh. Breed me on the bed. I swear, if like someone joined on stream, this is gonna be the first impression. If resting will allow them to slowly recover bacteria, poop, vomit, and dead bodies will cause illness to spread quickly throughout your cult. Cleaning messes and burying bodies will prevent the spread of illness. Right, I will try my best to keep you guys alive. My objective is you guys will die of old age, but from what I saw, I can actually revive you guys if you're dead. It's gonna have like a poll if like, hey chat, should we revive this person or not? It's like that. Hey Pingu, what's good? Great leader. The cult is growing day by the day. It is time you gave it a name. Oh! Okay, so what name should we have? Call to the Lamb or Accept? Oh wait, Call to the Lamb is the name of the cult. Oh wait, actually, I actually can rename it. Huh. What name should we have? What name should we get? If someone got my reference a while ago, you guys are so based. It's like mainstream. It's like mainstream. So, Call to the Lamb or Accept? What should our cult name be? Femboy Haven? Wait, someone Laguna Filipinos. Oh hi, my rebuttable submissive tomboy puppy Lambi. Okay, wait, you know what? I'm just gonna read that later. What name should our cult be? Chat. Femboy Haven. Can I put spaces here? Don't read. Okay, fine. I won't read it. Okay, I won't read it. Lagoon. Filipino. Laguna. Laguna Femboys! Yes! Perfect. we can you can change the name of your cult anytime from the Book of Doctrines in alright. I can actually rename this. Alright, that's fine. Alright. Laguna Femboys, let's go! Shout out to my Laguna viewers there. Love y'all. Laguna Femboys. That has a nice ring to it. Exactly, Pingu. This guy knows taste. Pingu knows taste. Alright. Onwards with your work. Oh, high and mighty. Beatable submissive bottom puppy lamb. Yeah, should breed thy followers. It is the man. Wait. It is the most proper way to show thy gratitude. I want to join the cult. We currently don't have any followers, but once I explore later, once I have a follower rescued, you can join Hollow Knight. You can join the Hollow Knight. Just gotta have like to wait first. Oh yeah, you guys are hungry. Alright, feed you guys. 15% chance of the follower pooping instantly. Ugh. Once we breed, you'll join. Okay, Nova, bye-bye, bye-bye. See you next time. I guess 2 of these are alright. Eat. Eat it up, eat it up. Eat it up, eat it, eat it. Eat it up. Nice. You guys seems to be like doing well, huh? What's the objective? Declare a new doctrine from your temple. Kill Leshy in Darkwood. Okay then. Alright, sermon time. Oh, crown. Wait, what's that? Oh, the goat. Huh, that's cute. That's cute. I like that. Oh, I see. Sermons. Wait, I didn't mean. Oh, alright. Also, you should check out on me so I don't get into fights. Yeah, I should probably check up on you. Curse of the Horde. What? Bane weapons. Junior curses will appear on your crusades. Bane weapons have a chance of poisoning enemies when attacking. They will appear on your crusades. Crusades, right? Crusades, not expedition. Crusades. Right. Thank you, my dear followers. You are so very kind. I love you all. I love you all. Wow. Here. Bonfire ritual. Dance around the flame to increase the cult's fate. Oh. Hold on, Potato. I am gonna do a crusade later. I'm gonna do a crusade so that you guys can join. Light a fire, light the fires and let us dance in deep into the fight. Rituals. Oh, bones. Oh. By the way, Yoshi, I don't have Cult of the Lamb. Don't worry, you can join even if you don't have the game. Preaching sermons, performing rituals, and providing for the needs of your followers will keep their faith high. The bones of your enemies are required to perform such rituals. Destroy their skeletons to gather their bones. Return to the lands of the old faith, gather bones from fallen enemies, recruit more followers, and return to perform a ritual here in the temple. Perform rituals in the temple. This usually raise faith or help you solve problems in the cult. Rituals are performed, yada yada. After slaying a non-believer, discrete their bodies to gather their bones and use them to perform dark rituals at your temple. By the way, usually I don't have, yeah, as I am Uba Gubaing on FNF D-side, kinda weird mod, name it, kinda weird now mod name, but it's funny. It's like a fun game, like D-side. Well, I do know FNF. But I do not know D-side. Anyway, return to the old faith. Yep. Alright, let's explore. Oh, tentacles. What's this? Convoke a violent eruption of powerful tentacles. Ooh. Oh, I like this blade. I prefer the fast blades more than like the heavy ones that deal heavy damage. I prefer this kind of swords in games. Yo. Oh. Right, I need to kill you guys for bones. Oh. Follower will harvest bonus resources. Oh. Yeah, because they're fast. Reminds me of Hollow Knight. It's like Hollow Knight, chat. Increase the chest to spawn. I'd rather get this one. Wait, what did I get? I am so confused. Sorry. I just need to get the resources. Oh yeah, craft that. Give that to a follower and they'll get that bonus. Oh, interesting. Alright then, alright. Okay. Let me try my skill. Oh, I like that. 17 misses, am I to go? Oh, that's fine, as long as you're still alive in the end of the song. Oh. I'm restaurant than the Tin Man himself. That's crazy. Man, I haven't played FNF for so long. I'm so washed out. They're no different, I guess. I mean, the last time I played FNF was like with you. We 1v1. New animal, Darkwood. Huh. Still cooked though. Damn. Good for you. So, let's us proceed here because we have a follower we can save. Is this a shop? Something? Yeah, it is. You need to listen only to your heart, for there lie your truest desires. Sorry. Last time we 1v1, I wasn't warmed up. This time I'll be prepared. Curse damage. Follower form. I'll rather take this. Let us get the upgradables as much as possible. Oh, I'm already at full health. Nada. I will build next time. Eventually. Whoa. Oh, I thought I got hit. Whoa! I wanna have a no-hit run. Oh, come on, my no-hit. My no-hit run. It's BS. Good lie, BF looks sick in this mod. It's got a nice design. Oh, really? Damn. I see. What's his color design then? Alright, let's rescue this bad boy. That you guys can join. Getting a no-hit in a world like keep dreaming. But the extra rewards, think of it. I know I can get like extra like ×2 rewards if I do a no-hit. Just because I looked away. Lol. No, wait, was that it? Damn. Was that it? Hey, Dashi. Well, I'm gonna do another. No, Yoshi, I haven't gotten no hit in Isaac, and you want a no hit in Kotal? Yeah. So, is it true the red crown sits upon the brow of another? But how? We did everything we could to. It matters not. We need not bother Shamura with this. Deal with it, brother. As you command, my sister. Oh. Alright, bye. Never mind. Oh, god damn. You're so fast. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Try me. Bite me. Bite me. I have to do every week in this mod. I just realized my BF has a Beetlejuice design. Oh, BF. That BF. Oh. What the? Okay. Yeah, I need HP though. Character's all bruised up. Oh, yeah, flaming shot. I prefer the tentacle skill. Nice, another doctrine. Bird, get out! Deals poison damage to enemy struck. Curses consume less. And this one. Fervor. I am actually butchering the damn word. And Barbados! Hey yo, it's Venti. It's Barbados from Genshin Impact, the hit game made by Hoyoverse. Yeah, almost got hit. Oh, you almost did. There you go. Did you know Barbados is an actual demon? Yes, I do know. Also, majority of the Archons on Genshin are demons. And like, in the Bible mythology, what the heck is Venti doing here? I do not know. Why is Barbados in this game? We already have Hollow Knight and we have Genshin here as well. What more could you have, huh? I'd rather get some. This one. Majority? Wait, all of them? Oh, I didn't knew. Alright, let's go back. Barbados, Morax, Beelzebub, Bura, Boer. Did I say that correctly? Fossilors and Haberin. Oh, all of them. Interesting. Do not make the mistake of becoming the servant of your followers. They are for you to use to your advantage. Their freight is a resource. Spend it as you would gold. For you can always regain their trust with a well-placed gesture of kindness. Let it empower you. Let it give you license to do unspeakable things. Look, Nova, I am gonna do unspeakable things to you that you can't imagine. Bend them to your own will. Hey, yo! That's crazy. Actually, I grant you the power to read their feeble little minds. Ooh. Mind control. You have declared a doctrine which has granted you a new follower action. When interacting with followers, the action can be available to you. Dream nail. Ah. Freaking dream nail. That's crazy. Yoshi, yes. What is it? The songs are actually really good. Really now. Someone took a massive dookie again. I don't know if I should feel scared or excited. Both, I guess. Damn, you guys are still chopping the wood. Oh. Hi. Hey there. If we want to survive here, we're going to need to start farming some food. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, okay. I almost forgot to build a thingamabob. Yeah, farming bundle. There you are. Oh, a call 2. Requires 1 divine inspiration. Okay then. Let us make farm. Where's the farm at? Here it is. Oh, 20 wood. That's damn expensive. Oh, 20 wood. Alright, let me help you. Oh wait, first off, anyone wanna join the cult? Anyone wanna join? Starting raffle, alright. Little does Phoebe know and Winter know. Locked in. Is Hollow Knight still here? No, I don't know how to raffle. Customize your character first on the extension on your phone or PC. There should be like a Cult of the Lamb logo where you can click it and like customize your character first. Well, someone joined. Oh, I'm guessing it's Hollow Knight, huh? Do you not see potato? Oh no, this is gonna be like the color rolls again on the server. Jesus. Oh no, I have a bad feeling about this. Alright, okay, so another one joined. Okay, it's either gonna be Hollow Knight or Potato. Let's see. Well, damn. Welcome. You are zealous. Ignore dissenters when they preach. Heals 15% faster when sick and in bed rest. Oh, wait, Hollow Knight. I think we have another follower that I rescued. I think you can now join here. You will worship. Yeah, here you are. Alright, you can join. Start the raffle again. Barbados, you demon. Alright, have fun with your game session. Potato. Alright, okay, this is now Hollow Knight. What? Oh, wonder who's the other one. Oh, Winter! Welcome! You are... gain 10% fate when falling ill. Oh, what a masochist. Natural skeptic. On recruiting followers, immediately lose 10 fate. Welcome, my dear Pookie. You will worship me, yes. Please worship me. Girl, worship me. Yes, good girl. Anyway. That's accurate. Oh shit, Sermon! God damn, your fate are so low. Wait, 2 beds, 2 beds. I need 2 beds. Am I being useful? Wait, where are you genuinely? Where are you? Damn, why the long face? He, wait, Weeby? Where's Weeby? Ah, oh. My bed. Sorry, Winter, you're sleeping on the bed. But, Hollow Knight, better luck next time. Don't worry, all of you guys can join. All of you guys can join. Just need to be like extra lucky with it. Oh damn, frame drops. Oh, there you. Why are you guys sad? Why are you guys sad? Sorry, you're sleeping. There you go. Me just chilling. All of your fate are so low. Go to bed. You know what? I'm gonna continue chopping this. Well, just gonna continue getting some materials. Got Anacuriz. You oh, purple deer. Nice. Hey, give me. Can't escape from me. Your meal for tomorrow. For breakfast is gonna be spider meat. Also gonna make a farm for you guys. So that with our what's it called? Our 20 wood, jeez. I only have 12. My brain confused your Filipino accent with Spanish for some reason. Well, I mean like Filipino and Spanish do have like similar accents, so there are not enough beds for your followers? Wait, do I need another one? Shit. God damn it. Alright, here. Another bed. But it's not the same, dude. Yeah, it's not. Well, one broke. Sermon. Finish your bed first. Alright. Come on. I shall give you a speech. You guys look so pissy. I will not tolerate that in my cult. So only my mouse hits notes. Why, not the same, dude? It has the left and right click, then two buttons on the side. So it'll be absolutely ridiculous. What's this? Increase the starting level of weapons as you begin your new crusade. Yes, sir. Excuse me. There we are. Crown. Yeah, and the doctrine. Reassure them that that death is not the end. Teach them the true meaning of obedience. Preach them earthly goods. Wait, I mean obedience. Punish sin or celebrate virtue. Oh. Murder follower! Unlocks the murder follower action, a simple solution to many problems, but some followers may find it this upsetting if they're awake to witness it. Performs a ritual at your temple in which you can ascend a follower spirit to a higher plane existence. All followers gain loyalty. Oh. Okay, we're gonna pick this one. We're gonna pick this one. Violence is not always the answer. Chat. Potato, I will put your head in a guillotine once I can craft one. Perform a ritual. No, I don't want to ascend one of you guys. Not yet. Lago Luna femboys, jeez. Oh, view followers. Okay, what's Phoebe's thing again? Can I not see your like traits? Oh, okay. No fun. I am the sacrifice. No, you will be sentenced to be a hero. I will keep you alive as long as possible, and you will be devastated. Oh, yes, what is it? Great leader. When times are tough, we can cook grass meals. Followers won't like it, but it beats starving. Try it now. Sure, I guess. You want me to cook grass food? I mean, whatever does the job, I guess. Talos official FM board hereby the 10 lords decree it. Alright, so who wants grass food? Yeah. Did you enjoy your meal? You honor me, great leader. I am eternally grateful. Okay, I'm happy to hear that. Hey Kim! Look, join the cult gang. Join my cult. Let me help you. Give me food. I need femboy food to survive! God damn it. This is gonna take so long. You know what? No. I'm gonna leave you guys there for now. Wait, actually, let me grab this. Is there any other wood left for me to like? Oh, okay, to chop. Here's one. How many woods do I have now? 9. Wait, where'd my other wood go? What happened? What happened when I was in here? Cult of the Lamb shenanigans. We were like, oh, by the way, you guys can now join, unlike before, Kim. Oh. My plan is how we can take over will happen as promised. Where's the fucking guillotine here? Where is it? Where is it? Where's the guillotine? It's almost 10. Oh yeah, 9:58. Oh. Farm station allow followers to water nearby crops. Man, I need that wood though. I need your wood, bro. I need that wood so bad. The dude cannot keep inside thoughts, bro. Do I need a redeem? No. You can just if you can see on your phone, you have like Cult of the Lamb logo. There, you can customize your character. And once I have like I mean saved a follower, you can join the raffle, and if you're the lucky winner, you can join us. Yeah, that's the rules. The power of friendship. Gimme! Yay! Thank you guys. Thank you. We have. There we go. Now we can make a planter box or a farm. Yeah, farm station. Let's go. Farm station would be here, or maybe around something. Yeah, here will do. Yeah, here will do. I'm gonna make some. Oh wait, let me help you with that first. Yeah, it's gonna take a long time, huh? Interact with any follower and read their mind. Alright. I'm gonna read Nova's mind. What's he's gonna have to say? And I don't have any coins. I am a broke bitch. God damn, I'm so broke. Read your mind? Alright. Hey. Sorry, I kinda interrupted you. Alright, I'll let you to finish that first. So what do you have something to say? Read their mind. Yeah. Watch sermon and inspiring sermon. Confident member. Bad chat. Bad chat! Bore must avoid them in the future. How do I actually join the raffle? It only let me customize my character. Does that actually put me in the raffle or something? Oh, sorry. I think you're gonna have an option to join the raffle if I manage to capture a follower. Wait, I thought you joined the raffles before, but you got bought Winter and the other person I forgot who joined. We're lucky, and yeah, Potato. Did you manage to join the raffles like a while ago? No. Leader, it would be so funny if we pulled some hilarious pranks on Pingu. They are a real picky eater, so let's make them eat poop. Refresh the stream if it doesn't show up. Hello. Ah, alright. I guess make Pingu eat a bowl of poop. Where's Pingu? No, don't eat it, Jix, don't! Okay. Crap. Oh, damn, I don't actually have to, like, I don't actually need to order you, damn. You degenerates. Yeah, this takeover is happening for sure. God. Oh, he knows sad. He big sad. Amazing. Plant. Oh. Right, I'll let you guys. Wait, I gotta assign someone to do the planting. I'll let you guys sleep first. And I gotta make food for you guys as well. You guys are hungry. Gotta check if someone took a shit like in the corners. Yeah, I knew it. Let me do gardening, please. Sure then, sure, as you wish. Come here. Oh, what? What? Hello? Does someone want what? Does someone want that? Okay, it's weird. Alright, 36 Rising Shine cookies. Let me get some food. There you are. Okay, Weeby, I assigned you to do. Thank you, leader. My faith in you was justified. Work. 10 farms. It joins an immortal spider follower. Oh. Eh? Is that so? Oh, don't start collab. Interesting. How many people? Oh, only 4 people can do that. Hold on. Let's get this first. Bury dead followers in a simple pit. Avoids rotting corpses. Alright, ad break. Gotta drink some water first. Said someone did a redeem. Thank you, Hollow Knight, for the redeem. Alright, be right back, chat. Wait, did I not pause my game? Shit. Ah, I wasted so much time though. You wanna mind if I was here? You can join Kim, but only if I manage to save like some um followers on my crusade or exploration. Dude, my HSR team is broken. What's your team then? Let us do another ceremony for you guys. Or rituals. But I don't have any stuff right now. Rename cult? Oh, law and order. Oh, that's it. Alright, sermon. Wait, 8. Only have 8 followers right now. So hopefully all of the people in the server can join. Yeah. Sparksy, Yao, Guang, Sparkle, Don Hung, PT. The lemon guy is very ugly. Who the hell is the lemon guy, dude? Anyway, collect reward from... Where's Potato? Oh. You are so funny. You are so lucky to have such a leader. Such great sense of humor. Yuck, this place is gross. If you don't clean this up, someone will get sick. I'm trying. Where are you guys even like taking a dookie? Ugh, ew. No signature icon though. Don't have it. Looks like everything's clean now. Alright, we will do another crusade. Alright. Hello? Eh? What? How dare I be a butt kisser like you are a father? I just taboo in my lifestyle. Wait, why can't I why can't I go outside? Nande? Oh wait, collect the reward from Yix? Where is she? Oh. Ew, Nova! Kadire! Tae ka! Bastos! You honor me, great leader. I am eternally grateful. Can I now go outside? What? Why? Wait, why can't I go outside though? I need to save. Did you that's strange. Oh, hey, what's up? Hey, yo, twin, got $1? Yeah. Can I pet the dog? Yeah, I have $1. There you are. I saw a poop. What a great day. Oh, here you are. Materialistic, gain faith when building a better sleeping quarters. Gain 10 faith when falling ill. Does not get jealous if the lamb has more than one spouse. Hey, oh hey Loton. Loton, you're not even in the cult yet. Go customize your character first. Can I now please explore? Why? Why can't I? Why? So we have like 3 members waiting for now. It's Hollow Knight, Kim, and Loton. Who are the others? Wait, who's... Wee? Oh, damn. What are you doing there? Wait, let me help you with this one. I don't have anything else to do, so why not? Hell yeah. Stop! Stop! Let me chop the wood. There. How's everyone's day going? Loton and Kim. I know you don't have work for now, Kim. You're gonna start next week, right? Been here for 15 minutes. Now can I do some? I swear, why is it not letting me? What? Oh, what's this? It's. Oh, time speed. Time speed up. Oh, I see. Interesting. Schedule low-key tight. School stuff. Is it school stuff? I didn't knew I can skip the time by holding triangle. Maybe it's because I was playing on like keyboard back then. Well, someone's bed broke. What's up with the frame drops for some reason? Can I now? What? Wait, genuinely, what is stopping me from going outside? Hold on, I might need to like lower some graphics. Big net. I dislike chromatic aberration. There you go. It's much more sharper. There you go. I need to turn off anti-aliasing then. Ruff. Okay, it looks sharper now. Thank gosh. Good. Shut up. Shut up. Ah, do I need to upgrade my thing first? There you are. Collect my devotion and allow more followers to pray. Nice. Yes. Build my shrine. Yes. Baby. Thank you, my lovely. Thank you, my lovelies. Yes, so kind. Yes, Nova. Oh, potato. Leader, that was hilarious. Let's do it again. I know. What the hell? Make Pingu eat a bowl of poop again? No, it's not Nova. It's not Nova. It's potato. Is this one? Check my info. I didn't see it. What do you mean info? Read your mind, I guess. I am so honored. Huh. Hum. Sorry, dude. I don't know. Hopefully you don't get sick, right? Can I now go outside, please? What is stopping me genuinely? I don't know. I really did not know. Hey! Fuck you guys! Damn birds! I cast tuberculosis. What the hell is with the birds? So annoying. Wait, go plant worship 10 farms, there we go. Anyone go get a scarecrow? I don't have a scarecrow yet. Also, anyone know why I can't do crusades again? It's kind of weird. I don't know why. Something's blocking it. Alright, thank you. You guys are hungry again. I genuinely need to do crusades so that I can get more stuff. Should I look it up? Yeah. Look it up. Because you have to get Jarvis to jerk it a little. That's crazy. What the hell? Jack of all trades, the master of none. Man, you guys are still hungry from that? No, what's this? Oh, you guys are still mining it. Why can't I do crusade? Something is stopping me. Basic decorations, lumberyard, don't need that. Can't do anything, but I'll do it wrong. Ah yes, a slip, not a mistake. Choice. No, that's the sacrifice. No. Crown. No, I don't have that. Doctrine. That's like the guidebook. Yeah. My dear followers, can someone help me? If you do a good work, I will give you a gift. Who knows what the hell is stop? Oh, never mind. What the? Hello? Huh? Laguna femboys. Dude, why can't I not go outside my own cult? It's weird. Okay, you know what? And I should have to pull up my my browser. Cult of Lamb. Rise Crusade locked. Crusades are usually locked due to pending tutorial quests such as building specific treasures or performing rituals require you to focus on managing your cult first. Other reasons include game-breaking bugs such as Ratu not spawning or needing to unlock decorations via divine inspiration. What? Is it bugged? There's no way it's bugged. Oh, it's gonna be so grindy. Suffer from being too comfy. Isn't that a good thing? You don't want that? You don't want that, then give me that then. Yes, grok. Grok with a 0. If the game is bugged, then I'm gonna have to quit and like join the game again. Yeah, it is bugged. Hold on, main menu. Hold on. Let me save first. Okay, it is probably bugged. I genuinely did not know. I should change my name too. What's your gonna name? What new name is it gonna be though? Gokintaro. What? Gokintaro. Why? May I know why? Laguna Femboys. Oh my gosh, it's still locked. What? I'm soft. What? Hold on. Hold on. Oh wait, did you tell me 3 times on what to do? What? I think you have to do the Ascension Ritual. Oh, sorry, I didn't read it. Sorry. Ascension Ritual, where's that though? Is it on Rituals? Is it here? Oh. Oh, hey, Dim. Hello. Where's the Ascension Ritual? On Rituals page, the last one. Oh, shite. Sorry about that. Thank you for the stretch, Dim. How are you doing, good man? Good dude. How's your evening? Doctrines. Rituals page on the last one. Is it? Oh, is it this one? Is that shite? I mean, it's kinda like a crossword, I guess. The other one, Oh, there you are. God, why did it not pop in my in the tutorial on the right side? Anyway, God, I wasted so much time there. Cream, haven't heard that name in a while. Indoctrinating followers is well and good, but there's so much more you can take from them. Give them gifts, complete quests, and perform blessings for them, and you will increase their loyalty to you. Once they are totally loyal to you, they will give everything they own. Everything you say. Watch as I show you your follower. You, follower, come back in here. Increase a follower's loyalty to level them up, and they will reward you with devotion and the commandment stone fragments. Each time a follower levels up, they will regenerate additional devotion when at a sermon or worshipping at a shrine, so be sure to cultivate their loyalty. To increase their loyalty, you can give a follower a blessing once a day when you interact with them. You can also give them gifts, complete quests for them, perform sermons, and many other actions. The more loyal followers you have, the stronger you become. As I have much to teach you, but I am old and grow weary. Visit me at my home and I will show you how to harness the true power of the Red Crown. Intense pleasure. Can I give someone a bless? Oh, there we go, Jesus. The Took me so long. I was for some reason soft locked. Also, oh, ugh, why is the cold so infested with dookies? That's right. I'm gonna have to force someone to eat this because you guys are not cleaning it. Your own poop. Why? Also, take care of the farm, Wee, when you wake up. Feed it to Pingu. Where's the other poops at? Where you all hiding, huh? Diarrhea. Sudu. Oh, what the fuck? Dude, that's a big poop. Yo, who made this? Who made this? You are one disgusting creature. Who the hell did this? That's like 5 fertilizers. What? Yeah, what comes in must come out. Keep feeding. Well, you're not wrong. Someone did something to the food. Alright, anyway. Man, I wanna do crusading so that the others can join. Alright, fine, let's go to the lonely shack then. Taro did it. Yoshi, sorry Yoshi, I had milk. Did you spill your milk or something? That's what you get for taking a massive dookie. Penguins are not laxatives. I cast you freaking I don't know, what's it called? Lactose intolerance. Good for you. I must thank you by relieving my duties. You have granted me what I desire most. Peace. Now that I have taught you everything you need to know, I can pass my days playing knucklebones. I have my friends on their way to join me for a game or two as we speak. A rowdy bunch, to be sure. But now I'm retired, I am free to enjoy myself. Enjoy your diet, man. Let me handle thy work for you. I am very much lactose intolerant. Oh, really? Dude, I was joking. Didn't you? You have discovered my humble cottage. Be careful, don't make the same mistake I did, or you will end up in a place just like this. Now, perhaps a game of knucklebones. You know it? Why, it's simple. Step up at the table and I will show you. I like soy milk though, it's pretty good. Oh, I haven't tasted soy milk. I cast dancing walls. Not Twitch chat. Hey yo, can we fight? Twitch chat. Wait, hold on. How to play? Match dice. When same dice of the same number are placed in the same column, multiply their value. Destroy the opponent's dice by matching yours to theirs. What? When dice of the same number are placed in the same column, multiply. Oh, destroy your opponent's dice by matching yours to theirs. Okay, let's fight, chat. Let's fight. Twitch chat versus Twitch chat. Fight me. Ano? Hindi niyo ko kaya. I guess here. Wait, how do you guys... Oh, you guys can vote? Wait. Can you guys vote? Try it. Hindi niyo... gago. Here, I guess. Di nyo ko kaya. Di nyo ko matatalo. Ano? Oh shit. No! How the hell do you vote? I genuinely do not know. It's probably on the Cult of the Lamb like extension on your side. We are gonna stay here until all of your until all the followers in the game will die. Oh shit. Damn. Alright, alright. Oh, so that's how it works. I should have put my number 2 on the other side then. Oh man, that was a bad move. Fools. Wait, why is some of the people why some of the other chats can't see it? It's weird. Who's voting? Who's genuinely voting? Who the hell is voting? Chat overlaps numbers? Genuinely, who's voting? You're voting. What? I win! Bobo! I win! Hell yeah. That was easy. I'm voting, but someone keeps messing me up. Wait, wait. Let's try that again then. Let's try that again. Versus Twitch chat. Hold on. Why can't everyone play? That's weird. That's when Pengu takes over. So okay, try if everyone can vote. Oh wait, you guys can't see. Sorry. Wait, hold on. You guys, sorry. I didn't realize you guys can't see the numbers. Sorry about that. Let me just adjust the game real quick. There. Happy. There, happy. Okay. Twitch chat. There you are. Okay. Sorry, I didn't realize. I didn't realize. It was my bad. Alright. Let's play this properly now. Beat that. Because I thought that when you guys said you guys can't see the numbers, I thought it was like a bug in your area, like in your phone or PC. I don't know. So it was my bad. Wait, look at that. Can I get a number 6 again? Can I get another 6? No. Give me a 4. Come on, chat. Come on. Holy, oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit, so like, oh shit. Here. I mean, I just lost. Oh. Can I? Aha! This is what we're gonna play throughout the whole stream. Just knuckle bones for the next 2 hours. I know. Every time Yoshi loses, a piece of Jarvis jerks it a little. Why are you obsessed with jerking it a little? Oh shit! What? That's a. Oh wait! Oh no! I need a number 6, please. Oh no. My dice are so ass. Ah. That's unfair. My dice are so bad. Okay, fine, you guys win. Fine. It's unfair, dude. It's unfair. Fuck you guys. I'm out of here. Dude, my dice was so bad. That's why I lost. I didn't lose because of my dice placement. It was so bad because of the RNG. We'll let you guys win for now. But country days, we got early bad. Well, fuck you mean? I don't know, skill issue to be honest. Finally, let us end this. I'll be waiting for you in my temple. Come, witness true power. Oh, sorry, I gotta maximize this again. There we are. Deserve mayabang eh. My guy is a sore loser. I feel bad for his delusions. What the hell is that audio? Hold to aim at explosive corruption. No? Oh. Oh man, I got a heavy axe. Not my type of weapon though. Sounds like something I would name my dog. That's not my dog. That's not my dog. Oh. Oh, is that a pool of lava? Oh, it is. Bring me to the cold. I'm trying not on, but once I get a follower rescued. What the hell? Again, Leshy. Your persistence is beginning to annoy me, little lamb. You might think yourself clever. You might think yourself righteous in your servants to him. But you should not be so trusting of the Chained One. Oh well. It's too late for talk. One such as you deserve no absolution. This will not end well for you. Yeah, whatever you say, pal. Oh sh! But now... sounds like something I named a parakeet. Damn, they know how to dodge as well. What is this Elden Ring? Shenanigans. What is this tomfoolery? This tomfoolery! My no-hit run, you ruined my run. Get up. bet that if he loses on a PvP mode in Isaac against me, he will actually implode. Wait, there's PvP in Isaac? Damn. Oh, come on, dude. But yeah, imagining fighting, drawing hands with Wibby, who has freaking 2,000 hours on Isaac. I would lose so bad, I can already tell. And that's why I told you I'll buy you Repentance Plus. Oh, that's why. Never played that one. Nor I will, and I will do the same. I feel like co-op mode is more fun. I have 0 friends. We have us. We have the Discord server. Also, also for someone. Also, if anyone who doesn't know, I have the Discord server. Please, feel free to join. Papanada. What was you? 10% chance gaining more fervor. What was you? Oh, it's so funny. I only carry 2 guys with my T Apollyon. Twitch chat are deciding what? Wait, who the hell put that? What do you mean deciding my fate? Hey, hold on. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Hold on. What do you mean deciding your fate? What the hell? What the fuck are you guys doing? Oh no, is Pingu gonna overthrow my cult? Oh no. Enemies will now drop gold thanks to Twitch. Oh damn. I am sorry guys for I apologize for doubting you. I thought you guys are gonna overthrow me. Thank you guys. Wait, can I not save someone? Oh, here. So that you know, T Apollyon is commonly known as the worst characters in the game. They're supposed to heal you, but you get gold instead. Fine by me, I guess. Fine by me. Watch this, followers. What them hands do. Damn, couldn't vote hinder. Okay, who will be the fortunate soul later? Couldn't vote for anything. Wait, can mods not vote or do anything? There's no way. Or maybe the followers on the game can only vote? Question mark? Not sure. Let me go to the... Never mind, I can only go one way. But I'm a main T Apollyon, and that freaking match against the Combo showed it. Your vote on the screen, literally on the screen where the stream is. I can't see. You guys can only see it, not me. So I generally do not know what's happening during the voting or any other stuff. I know you can't. I'm telling Kim. That sounds like, I'm telling Kim. How could you? I'm gonna tell Kim. It's only if you're on browse. What? How about on Discord? No. How about on Twitch Mobile? Does it not work? That's kind of sad, because majority of you guys are on your phone, I suppose. In mobile, you gotta click the thing and chat. Oh, I see. That's so. I don't see no I don't see no shites. What are you talking about? Go click the like the logo of the game on the Twitch chat. It's like below my stream. Oh man, I wanna stream more of this, dude. Oh my gosh. The next stream is gonna be on Saturday. Ah! Next stream is gonna be Saturday. Cause you're gonna be school. Oh. Hey kiddo, keep your eyes off the fishes. Off my fishes. There ain't enough for both of us. The best fishing can be found at Pilgrim's Passage. Where's that, you say? Well, let me show you. Oh, that's the map. That's the part that I stopped streaming it. See? Now get out of here. Oh, I'm stealing your fish. Wow. Wait, a fish? Fishing fish, is that considered as like cannibalism? Look up delirium and Google and you'll know what we call the combo. I'm guessing it looks like a ball of like babies. Oh. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. Oh, yes, I need Gimme this one. I need a fast blade. Yes, sir. Right, what's in here? Oh, no, hold on. Gotta explore the map, the whole map first. I swear, once I go back to Hollow Knight, I'm gonna press circle as like for dodge. Damage everything on screen when hits. Give me this. Sorry. Oh, another one. Follower will live an unnaturally long life, double what you usually be expected. I suppose I should give that to Phoebe. Right, Ikimasho. And I didn't know babies were white. They can come out of the man's special part. Empreg, suppose? Like, considered like Empreg? What do you have to say? Peace with you, Crusader. I only seek the truth and the light, but I may be of service to you. Munch, I can increase loyalty of any follower you choose. Oh. Well, chat. I want you to decide who shall I increase the followers. I'll let you guys decide. There. No. I'll let chat decide. I'll let you guys decide. I will wait for 8 votes, I suppose, or more. Are we going back to that convo? Supposedly, I guess, if you want. Where are the others? I wonder who's gonna be the... Imagine you guys are just voting for yourself. It's gonna be a tie. Dude, imagine me, of course, self-voting. Chat, give it to Nova, I suppose. I don't know. TV, of course. Where are the two? Where are the two? I'll give you guys like 20 seconds. 18, 16, 14, 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Hey, it's Phoebe! Congrats, dude! Congrats! But like, what is considered Empreg in real life to begin with? Because I've never seen something like that. I don't know, maybe ask Nova. He's really educated with that.
Oh.
Alright, off you go. Yeah, I guess I need to use the browser or something. Yeah, I guess. My work is done. This fool will follow you into the deepest darkness, from whence no one returns. Pingu is starving. Hold on. Your father is getting milk from the woods. Hold on. Gotta get you guys back in a second. No. Phoebe won. You won. feed him shite. Oh, what the? What? Hi? Oh, I can't attack you. Huh? Oh, okay. Dude, we have a long way to go on this game. I am telling you guys. Receives double damage. Oh, sorry. Receive double the health when healing. Oh. Yep. Oh, it only deals poison, like minimal damage, but poison. I just ate a watermelon the size of my thigh. Damn, how did it tasted? Is that good? Up. Proceed here. Not on thirst trap is crazy. Hey yo, speaking of the watermelon, you guys have been seeing those kind of like watermelon trends on with the arts and stuff? Dude, those artists are mad freaky, I can't lie. A step forward, beast. From the swirling mist of chaos that's around, allow me to regard you wholly. You carry the weight of ages centuries upon such diminutive shoulders. Yet, what is this? It seems your stature is deceiving. A weapon is not without the hand that wields. To fell enemies, defend honor. To break chains. Let the crown take the form of one of these works of iron, forged in everlasting life. This art trends just keep getting freakier, yeah. Especially like the verification trend, like assume the position type of shit. Dude, they are so freaky with it. Of course, I spent years mastering my thigh. Someone owes me a favor. You want me to ask to do what the watermelon thing to you? Yeah, I guess, yeah. The Fruit Love Island. Oh, that one. I do not know a lot on. Maybe I need like 20 hours of screen time to understand that. May you wield them well. Oh, may you wield them well. Promise, Liberator. More like a capitalist. I am more than a capitalist. Chat, please take that as a grain of salt. Chance of poisoning enemies when attacking. I'd prefer the flaming shot. When reason is extinguished, there is but one recourse. That's why I must keep the flames of my forge burning. Oh, traps! Oh, jeez! Oh, yeah. Traps. Oh, come on, dude! I keep getting knocked back. Charge multiple projectiles to seek enemies. I prefer the tentacle. The tentacle curse is my favorite. Grown adults are watching a love drama story of AI generated fruits. Ugh. What? Average 15 million views. Ugh. But why fruits though? The Hollow Knight, thank you for the hydration. Appreciate it. Thank you for keeping my lips up. Thank you for keeping my lips hydrated. And my throat as well. My mom was ugh. Why? My commented that like, dude, AI slop. To be honest, she'd rather watch the original Love Island. Am I right? Instead of like that AI slop. Oh, okay. I was reading the chat. Sorry. Understandable reaction. Yeah, let's go down now. Yo, get away from me. Oh, I thought you said get away from that. Jeez. Excuse me. Oh, are we gonna fight Leshy now? Leshy, good sa? Oh wow, look at that. Dude, I want that. I want our cult to be like that. I grow tired of you, little lamb. Time to put an end to this frivolous masquerade. Damn, I want my cult to be like that. I mean not like that. Not that like killing all of you, killing yourselves like that. Oh, I like the design. Oh, I like the design, dude. It looks so cool. Oh, jeez. Shit, I can't see where his projectiles are going. Oh, there you are. I can see it. No way you guys just dodge. Oh, okay. Iframes are saving me. You guys gonna, yeah, you're gonna drop down. I need to kill all of your minions first. And there goes my no-hit run. Good. Yes, full snipe type of balls. Yeah. You're almost dead, dude. And you're dead. Nice and easy. Looks like the flower in Undertale. Oh, you mean Flowey? Yeah. Looks like my uncle. That's crazy, dude. Anyway. Hey, look. What is this? Heart of the Heretic. Heart of a Heretic. I look so smug while grabbing that. You have taken the beating heart of a heretic. The Red Crown can feast upon this heart to unlock new crown abilities. Visit the altar in your temple to unleash the true power of the Red Crown. Ad break again. Oh, 5 minutes. Heck yeah. New trophy, Darkwood. Nice. Yes, prizes. Gimme. Munch. Alright, nice. I still need to do the one of the side quests on the right side, the objectives. Leshy fell before you like a grain of sand before a tidal wave. Hey yo, tidal wave from Geometry Dash. So that's what all you're gonna have to say? Brother said, damn, he died like... What's the shepherd without a flock? Bro said like, damn, he died that easily? What is a lamb without a flock, they say? Oh, damn! Man, damn, you guys missed me that much? Damn. Yeah, I miss you too, guys. Twitch chat, I decided your fate again? Again? So, what do you guys want to do? Oh shit, a follower has pooped out something special thanks in the Twitch chat. What? A follower has pooped out something special. Something special? Also, you guys are hungry. Hold on. Alright, I'll let you guys eat this. Sorry for like waiting you guys for so long. Yeah, I took so long, sorry. Yes, Winter, Pookie, what is it? The lawyer's leader. How kind. Some elders have been cast from their cult and now seek a place to enjoy their final years. Maybe you should let them join ours. Recruit elderly followers. Oh? Your followers are no longer starving. Alright. Recruit elderly followers. Who? Oh. Oh, wait, hold on. Beds are broken. Damn, you guys have been like pretty rough last night, huh? Dude, there's one that's a special poop. Wait, I wanna find it though. I wanna find it. Where is it? Someone took a dookie. Where is it? Gay poop! Rainbow fertilizer! Lumberyard. Ah, I actually need this one. A follower will generate wood. The old schoolers, they were freaking with the beds. They didn't stand a chance. With the fat asses. You guys broke the bed. Hold on, sermon. Come on. Oh, when killed on a crusade run for the first time, a sacrifice a follower will be. Once per crusade, eat a poop to receive a heart that will vary depending what is eaten. Focus whilst in crusade to run instantly return to your base. Oh, receive. Actually, I need this one so that I can like check up on you guys. My thighs broke the bed. That's crazy. Sorry, I was too rough last night. Hey, yo. You have unlocked a new crown ability. Focus walls on a crusade to run instantly back to your base. That's what the tutorial said. Too rough last night. Stop gooning. You're gooning in like a blanket full of leaves. Crown. Oh yeah, and another one. Instruct them on the liturgy surrounding by the daily bread. Make them profit before labor and love. Reach the only values of earthly goods. Probably hunger. Feast or fast. Unlock the feasting ritual through a grand feast for your followers, which usually I think I'd rather get fasting since I need to reserve as much as food as possible. Man, I am seriously loving the Twitch integration on this. Lena Nix 08, welcome. How are you doing? How's your evening or morning? Ritual feast followers will not need to eat for 3 days. Yes. Wow. Doctrine. It's just the guidebook. Yeah, fasting. You guys have enough like food for now. Am I finally gonna stop working as a slave? No, you're gonna stand the farm, just like you said. Aren't you the one assigned to the farms, dude? Yeah, that's what you said, right? Then, wait, raffle. Ready up the raffles. I'm gonna do another thingamabob. After I'm done with these berry bushes. As long as I get hugs, can I pet you? Do you have the petable trait then? Hold on, we gotta fix the bed as well. Wait, maybe? Oh, your bed. Jeez, I don't have any wood. What the hell? Where's my other wood? I guess you guys are gonna have to sleep here tonight, huh? Why does that remind me of the ship from Helluva Boss? What? The ship? What do you mean, Lena? Anyway, What was I about to do again? Right. Almost forgot. Here. Alright, ready up. Ready up. Sickly. Heals 15% slower. On recruiting follower will immediately lose 10 fate. Alright. Alright, ready up. So we have Kim and Loton, Hollow Knight, and Lena. If you want to join, feel free to join. Okay, we have one. What do I do? Customize your character first on the game extension. You can find it on the Twitch chat. If not, go to your browser, like Twitch browser, or laptop if you have one. How about you, Kim? Did you customize your character already? I can't even get a love in game. Comedy. I wonder if you guys can like marry each other. That's what I'm curious about. That's me. I am gonna sleep in real life after this raffle. Okay then, alright. I don't know. Okay, the other one is probably Hollow Knight. I'm gonna close the raffle now in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. You know what I am. Alright, you're in. Okay, it's Kim or Hollow Knight. God damn! What is Alright, welcome Kim. You are sickly. God damn. Is this lore accurate? Is this supposed to be lore accurate to you guys? Is Twitch gathering information in real life? No task available. I'll let you worship for now. I am stupid freaking tablet. Oh wait. Hollow Knight, you can join. Well, you're old. Do you prefer to be old or maybe. See you guys and Yoshi. Alright. Good night, Azzy. Good night. See you tomorrow. I mean next stream. See you next stream. After this next raffle. Wait, we have 2. Okay, so Loton, have you joined now? 3! Wow! Okay, that's interesting. I wonder who's the others. Because I know Azzy has already joined like 2 hours ago. Subarashi desu ne. Very subarashi desu. I'm in 1.3 seconds. Let's go, baby. Oh, Arctic Pix. Damn. We have a new member! Better luck next time, Loton. But welcome, Arctic. Lurker. Hey. You okay. God damn. Are you fine with this, Miss or Mr. Arctic? We will prepare you a burial in the future. It is gonna be beautiful. We have flowers made like the color blue, the flowers of Himmel the hero. Even Himmel the hero would do the same. How am I this unlucky? I really do not know. I do not know. We have a 90% gay cult. Heck yeah. Alright, live your life, Arctic. Wee, why are you not tending the farm? Where are you? Hey! Okay, you know what? Fine. I'll let you do that. Ryan Smith name. Because Yoshi and the most followers are gay. I'm not gay! Me and Loton are not gay! Oh, tree. Haven't slept in like 5 days. Why? Dude. Sleep. It was a 50%. The pronouns are still he, him. Heck yeah, we now have wood. I can fix these beds. Oh, sorry. There. Alright, bye. Okay, night Loton. Bawi ka bukas. Baka makasama ka na bukas. But yeah, have a good sleep, Loton. See you next stream. 10 lords decree otherwise. Same goes to you. Why? After you wake up, we tend the farm. It is an order. Alright. You guys are hungry. I'm gonna make some food real quick. Just eat up. I still technically don't have a pronouns because I really don't care. I'll explain who the 10 lords are. Oh, Winter, you want something? I know you could do it. You truly are divine. Stop. You're making me kick my feet and giggle. Defeat Ratau. Visit Pilgrim's Passage. Right. Oh wait, extra bed. I need an extra bed. Oh man, I don't have any wood. Sad. Wake up! Tend the farm. What? Oh wait. Do I need to put like Yeah, I need to put a seed silo. Silo? I don't know. I'm butchering some of these words. Viewers dropped the moment you said this. Why? Viewers dropped the moment you said this. That's crazy. Hey, don't mention the lurkers. Wait, why did I? Oh man, that's crazy. Yes, kick your feet. Hey, don't mention the lurkers. They chill. Tend to farmer boy. Travel. Right, forgot. We need to go to we need to fight Ratau just for the sake of completing the objective. Also, Lenanix, thank you for the follow. What is happening? I am not hearing any notifications. Wow, I deeply apologize for that, chat. This is just tonight. It's kind of buggy because my internet was like slow a while ago and it kind of like broke my notifications. So again, I do apologize if I haven't seen the notifications. It is technically not my fault. Oh yeah, of course, it's PLDT. Yeah, of course. I kick and swing my feet in the air watching Yoshi. Alright, let me just finish this. I'm not in moderation mode. Yeah, but there should be like a notification when someone follows, like a sound. I don't know why it's not playing though. Oh no, this is just for the sake of the objectives. We're not gonna 1v1 chat. Okay? I am gonna beat this Unk to ashes. How you like them apples? How you like them apples? Oh, damn. Sad. You could have put it on the like on the third row of yours. Bam. Anyone? Complete this, please. Oh, 45. Imagine I got to like 100. Give me a 6. Never mind. I win. Finally. But the one below, you're a natural. Here, you've earned yourself a prize. Gimme. Extra life. Oh, nice. Very nice, very nice. Right, bye Watao, now I'm finished. Never mind. Now you have a taste of the game. Care to wager some coins? No! No! Frick no. I worked hard on these coins. Alright, this one. What's it called again? Oh, I haven't got all of these resources. Gimme. Sold out. Unlock follower forms. Oh, I see. Dude, my internet is dropping. Damn, you're also experiencing it as well, huh? I only have Google open up. What's your internet speed on like Ookla? Anyway, let's get all of these woods. Definitely worth it. Exploring here. Oh, plants as well. Damn. Here as well. Dude, why is the sound so faint on this side? It sounds so faint whenever my character is on the very side of the map. Okay. Hey dude, the fisherman. Will you do like a fish? Well, look at the tide dragged in. What are you just standing there for? Think I'm gonna fish for you? I'm not one of your mindless acolytes. Ugh, fine. It's like Stardew Valley all over again. Power nap, I guess. Power nap, I guess. Alright, lot. Not so useless after all. Listen, perhaps we could help one another. I happen to have caught some extra valuable treasure in my time. Things like the fish, like me, I mean, fisherman like me, has no use for, but to you, well, looks like you like valuable things. Below these waves lurk some of the hardest to catch beasts that ever lived. And I've been trying for years. If you can snag them, these treasures are yours. Catch me a crab, a lobster, and an octopus, and octopus, and a squid. Wake me up in 10, please. Dude, it is already 10. In your time, it's 10:20. Take this as a gesture of good faith between two non-fish friends. Oh, 10 minutes. Okay. Enemies have a chance to drop fish. Okay, so I'm gonna wake you up at like 10:30. 600 downloads, 530 uploads. Hey, isn't that like fast? Like, is it 600 megabytes per second? That's fast, I can't lie. Max here is only 300. Yeah, that is fast. I gave people Eudoraphobia. Hey Nova, welcome back. How was rank, dude? I can see that you enjoyed killing people on bushes, huh? I don't know why I don't know why is this thing dropping. Better than my VPNT. Touche. Hey, come here. Yeah. Oh, Lena followed around 15 yeah, they followed 15 to 16 minutes ago. I already mentioned them. I said my thanks. But dude, I actually gotta fix my like notifications. It's so buggy. Because of my stupid internet. It broke my whole damn setup. Hey, a carb. Rank was nice, did Hylos and team complained I have no map, they had no skill. Di nagro-rotate sa kabilang lane eh. Hala. I'm gonna destroy an office at this rate. There we go. I heard a follow. Alex Fluffball, thank you. Oh wait, why is the volume so low? Jeez, no wonder I didn't heard it. Okay, my gosh, dude. Okay, it's actually a skill issue. Oh my gosh. My volume is so low I couldn't hear it. But again, Alex Fluffball, welcome to the stream. How are you doing, good sir or madam? Why does Tagalog sound so freaking romantic to me? I don't know. Ask Nova. Do I have the Filipino Riz chat or no? Ang hindi magmahal sa sariling bayan ay hindi ano nga yun? Ay hindi malansang isda, something. Jose Rizal. Have you heard of the mga nang haharana? Yeah. Oh wait, sorry. You're asking Weeby. You're asking this. Gimme! What's that though? I feel oh, you feel aroused. Bro, nosebleed pare. This guy is in love with you pare. Here, take this. Got it maybe 15 years ago. No use for me. Oh, another one. Wait, what? Why are you giving me this again? How many rounds? 69 rounds? This is... What do you mean me? Is it my fault that I am a Filipino? Kasalanan ko ba na ako ay nabuhay sa isang Pilipino? As promised, is a bit or treasure. Yes, it is. Bakit? Bakit di mo sino mo si Nova? Daya naman. Bakit ako lang? Violent octopus. As soon as I pulled this out the waves, I knew no mortal would have need of this. That's where you come in. Labat ako. Pinoy ka rin! We will blame Nova as well. Blame him as well. You have found all of the 4 pieces of the Holy Talisman. Talisman are mystical relics that the Red Crown can use to unlock fleeces? Unlock and equip fleeces from the altar at your temple. Oh, it's like cosmetics. I blame you, Nova hasn't talked in like an hour. Send ko sa kanila yung OnlyFans. Hey, yo, no, I don't even have one. What are you saying, dude? That's crazy. Don't have one. Come on. And why should I when you're the one saying Tagalog words? I don't know. Blame Nova on behalf of me. Not bad at all. You're a pro with the pole. You're a pro with the pole. That sounds wrong. You stocked me up nice and good. If you find the fishing scars, I'll sell them. Okay. Your OnlyFans is the juiciest, most... I don't have one! Dude! What the... Yeah, what he said. Who dares enter our sacred house of light? Oh, apologies. It's just that the lighthouse is getting dimmer no matter how hard we worship. And the ship just sinking on the rocks. No ships, no new pilgrims to walk in the sacred path. If only Our Lady was here, she would know what to do. We have not seen her since she went for a walk in the pyre late one night. Why did you start talking Tagalog to begin with? I don't know. Cause speaking Tagalog makes. Hey, whoa, jeez, mods, can someone delete Nova's chat, please? Can someone delete that? Thanks. Now we have no choice but to pray until the lighthouse is lit once more. All hate the mighty lights. Come on, at least put like a sensor on it. Delete mods, delete that. Mods, delete Nova's existence. I thought in the RA. I wanna have a good impression on some of the people that are new here. For craps, for goodness sake, Nova. Okay, thank you, Loton. Thank you. Dude, I am not. This chat is gonna be straight to Google Docs at some point. It's gonna be posted on Twitter. I can already tell. Anyway, let us go back. At your service, sir. Thank you, Jarvis. I am the beast. I am the bestest boy. Loton Hashti. You're the bestest boy, not the most innocent. Freaky Yoshi, I'm going to my room while. Alright, sure. Take your time, Weeby. You want inspiration? Nice one. Missionary. Send your followers in a holy quest to gather resources. That is, if they make it back alive. Oh. Furry's gonna gain. Hey, yo, no, wait. Why did you start her though? Why did you start her? No, Nova, please. Oh, jeez, Pingu, why did you burp? I mean, yo, Nova. Oh wait, are you guys voting or something? Twitch chat are deciding. Twitch chat are deciding your fates. What's it gonna be this time, huh? Man, you keep stuttering. Yeah, sure, Ruby. Oh wait, you guys didn't vote anything? No, nothing really happened. Alright, let's make another bed. Jarvis, jerk Nova a little. There's no voting. Oh, okay. Alright. I guess it only works mostly on works mostly on PCs, I guess, or browser. I can't vote because I'm in mod view. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Help me. Yes, thank you, chat. Thank you, my dear followers, for helping me build this seed silo. Silo? I am butchering some words. Goddamn. Nice. If Jarvis touches me, I'm melting his circus with lava. I mean, in mobile, you have to press the call of the land. Yeah. You guys are hungry. There's some food. Yeah, that's where you can vote. It's kind of annoying sometimes on mobile. Oh, I am getting a lot of you guys. Where's Wee? I recommend you to work 10 farms. Look, Nova, interact. I will give you my blessing for being a good boy. Oh, track quest, give increase followers loyalty by leveling them up. Oh, blessing, I guess. Think about why do you keep stuttering in the first place, movie? Hey, you guys increase your level. Loyalty, I mean. I've been blessed. I've been proven innocent. What? Why did I say you've been proven innocent, huh? 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 Oh, look, you're stargazing. That's cute. Dude, you're stargazing. Hey, you don't want to go to bed? Oh, Phoebe, did your loyalty unlock? Oh, yeah, you increased your loyalty to level 2. Alright. Breed him. No, I don't even have the option. Come on. You don't have the freaking option to do so. Offering statue. A statue where followers can leave offerings in your honor. You know what I'm gonna do. You know what I'm gonna do. Oh, damn it, I don't have any wood. Gah. Gah. How does the breathing thing even work? I genuinely do not know, Nova. I do not know. Arctic, why are you not in bed? Do you prefer laying in the grass or I mean, I made you guys like the exact beds, so you know what? You guys can do. If you're happy, then I'm happy. People got hella excited. Maybe in the future we can unlock it as I progress the game even more. Yeah, I haven't even unlocked that part yet. Then it got launched and people jeez. It's crazy. Oh, hello. Maybe can't wait. Oh, curb your urges, Nova. Oh, hello. Ooh, hello. You have so many mouths to feed. Need some seeds. Yes, my followers need seeds. A cult leader is always good for business. So many hungry followers with growling tummies. I'll just set up here, and if you need some crops, you know where I am. You don't mind, don't you? Yeah, I don't really mind, dude. Oh, camellia seeds. Oh. There are not enough beds for... Hey, I did set up enough beds for all of you guys. What? Why? Stop, please. I'm gonna... Jesus, you are... We can't rely on your crusades and bring us... Let us build a young Bullard. Yes, I am trying my best. I don't have enough resources, Potato. To build a lumberyard or a stone. Wait, maybe I have enough now. I need 15. Why, dude? Loton's fat ass takes up 2 already. Oh goddamn! How did I mess up so bad? That's why I love you, twin. Oh my god. You're funny, Phoebe. You know what? You know what? You're funny. You're hella hilarious. Where are you? Where are you? That's Potato. Ew. 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 You know what? You're funny as hell, Phoebe. Bird back. Yeah, sure. We take your time. The bed gotta be sturdy and they breed him for real. You know what? Where are you? Where are you? Pookie? Pookie? Damn, upgrading my broom to the max. Where's Phoebe? I'm blind. There you are. You know, yeah, you're funny. You're funny. I'm gonna give you a praise. You know what? I'm gonna give you a gift instead. We live twice as you will live twice as long as the usual life expectancy. Hell yeah. Yeah, so who's a good dog? You're funny as hell. You're funny as hell, dude. Give you a pet. Good job on making me laugh. Anyway. Hey, get up! Ah, I need to make a scarecrow, man. It's so annoying to deal with. Oh hey LTG, you wanna join the cult, dude? How's your day? How are you doing? Oh my gosh. Anyway, let us do the last exploration before we call it a night. Can I now unlock? Oh yeah, I can now unlock the other maps. Oh, Anura and Anchor Deep. Hello tayo. Maybe I should unlock this. When am I going to get another chance to join your cult? Probably on the next crusade when I save two people to yeah. I want you to join, dude. You've been waiting for so long and you haven't had the chance to join. I feel bad. I feel bad. Okay, Anura. This is a new map. Set up the Deadly Spike Glove. Set up the Deadly Spike Gloves. There's devastating combo. Oh. Hey, who deleted that chat? What even happened? I didn't saw. What's this? Oh, I see. Anyway. Ooh, oh, I like this weapon. Let's keep it that way. Okay, fair point then, fair point. You do voice acting too? It's more like a hobby. Like it's like for fun. I have like the skill of below average, so I haven't really like done serious practice on it. Just for fun. But I'm more suited on characters that are like soft. I mean, chat knows this. I tried to do a voice for like dominant males. I seriously cannot do it, man. Also, 26 unit. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing this fine day? Well, this voice sounds damn good, really. Ah, come on, you guys are just glazing me. You guys are just glazing. I do be existing. This thing is what the heck? What is this? Oh, jeez. What? Hey, existing is fun though. I bounce whenever I attack those mushroom things. But his voice also gave away when he. Stop making me remember that. Come on. He's Alejandro Sab's son, of course he does. Bro, he's gawking and choke. Stop! Dude, I know I did bad during the freaking Among Us stream. Dude, I am open as like a freaking book. Don't rub it in my face. Here, poison damage. You're hearing this last soundtrack everywhere? Really? I don't though. Right. Oh wait, did I take a hit? Follower. Oh damn. Oh yo chat, who wants the freaking insomniac necklace? Who wants this one? I'm hearing. Oh, sorry. I read that. I read that again. Me. Can I decide on? Can I do a poll on like whoever wants the freaking Sorry, excuse me. The necklace is Insomniac necklace. Give it to Arctic, he will die soon anyway. Huh. I don't know if I can take the necklace when they die though. That's what I'm not that's what I'm not sure of. Even Loton. He will die soon anyway. That sounds so bad. Woof! I want that way I can work on the fields. No, everyone wants it. I don't know who to give it now. Good boy, shut up, Loton. Enemies have a chance to drop a fish. Huh. Oh man, I can't rescue someone during. Wolf whine to us. No! Shut up, no. Jeez. Okay. Mods, mute Nova for like 15 seconds. Like. Day's never finished. Master got me working. 600 Master will set me free. There you go. Good job, Loton. Thank you. Boom. Oh wait, do you do the oh you're the one who's like, putting those poisons in it. I think doing mod stuff is better than on laptops. I guess. For that I'll advertise you as a gooner. God damn, do you want to be muted again, Nova? Do you genuinely want to play with fire? Oh.
To my life.
Pathetic, sniveling violet puppet to the red crown. You have felt the youngest of us. We are the bishop of the old faith. We protect against heresies such as yours. We are the guardians of the true world, and we shall not tolerate such blasphemy. Your sins are many, and for that, your loyal followers must suffer. They shall starve. No. Wait, is that? Winter! Oh no, I dragged Pookie on my situation. Oh, hey Hypnus, Somnus, welcome, how are we doing? Dude! Winter! No. How dare you? You sick creature. You will pay for this. Out of all the people, you made her starve. That is such a wrong decision, buddy. I will make you pray to the gods, even if you're a god yourself. Who is gonna stream Minecraft for me now? Who is gonna stream Minecraft for you now? No more horror mods, dude. No more horror mods. Take me instead, not her. Genuinely, out of all the people, that like, I don't know, that what's their called again? They chose Winter. It is absolutely unfathomable. It is beyond this. It is beyond my comprehension. How dare they? Hey! Gushun from Mobile Legends! What? Whoa, 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 what are you spawning, my guy? Ay, shibari. Ah. Ah, sorry, I got hit by this. Ah. And you did. Out of all, if it took me, no one would have even said something. After all, I already starved myself to death. Out of all the cult members, they know which one you care the most. Exactly, dude. I am devastated. Our poor girl. Dude, they know. They know. No, that's all. Yeah. They know why Yoshi. They know who's Yoshi's getting pegged by. That's why. That was what they said once when they left me alone. But whatever. Anyway, oh, big gift. Oh, I like food. Give me the pumpkin. Give me the plumpkins. Okay, fix the lighthouse, build the lumberyard, stone mine, kill Hecate and Anura. Right, yes. Ah, hello, man. I should have gotten this first. I should have gotten this first, man. It's such a waste, not gonna lie. Wait, whose Antipix has died of old age? Arctic Pix, I mean. Oh my gosh. Dude, I gotta go back. I gotta go back. A lot is happening while I was gone. I gotta go back. What do you mean you can trust? Someone died. I gotta do a burial for them. Wait, I have an idea. How old am I? I'm not sure. You see me here in chains, reduced to nothing, but it has not always been thus. I was bound to this wretched place by the bishops of the old faith. Right. Bishops, I should remember that. They betrayed me and left me to rot. Each of the 4 chains that binds me are guarded by one of the bishops. Destroy the bishops and you will break the chain. Break all 4 and I will be freed. I gave you life anew, vessel, and now you must repay the debt. You know what must be done. To defeat the bishops, you will need to become stronger. Sacrifice a follower. Oh, to absorb more power. This will aid you in your quest to free me. Sacrifice a follower to grow your strength and unlock new abilities and weapons. Higher level followers will be more valuable to when sacrificed. Yeah. Done, right? Eat me, bro. I want you guys to be as loyal as... I want you guys to be as loyal more than yourself. Then I can sacrifice you. Okay, Twitch is deciding your fate. Okay, go vote. I don't know what I'm gonna get though. A deadly fish has spawned somewhere in your base thanks to Twitch chat. Oh. Is this it? Oh! Arctic! Ah, a follower has died. Commiserations on your loss. Corpses are not good for sanitation and are likely to get other followers to get sick. You need to bury a follower in the bother pit or grave to prevent them from going rotten. Of course. There's a lot of meat. Just go to... Oh, of course. That is a lot of meat just to waste. Ah! What? Ah! Kim! What the fuck? Dude, you stupid idiot! Why did you eat the fish? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Body pit, body pit. Stupid idiot, dude. Why did you? I gotta bury Arctic as well. Dudes, who voted on the deadly fish? Dude, who voted? Alright. Let us prepare for the burial chat. What is it, Wee? It's getting too relaxed around here. We need to encourage others to develop spiritual strength and learn resist temptation. Let us be tested with a feast. Oh, fasting. I mean fast. Bury them near the garden. Feed them the soil. Oh wait, I already did. Oh damn it! I already did like the grave pit. Oh wait, maybe I should do like a proper Stop puking. I should do like a garden here for like the dead, for the deceased. Wonderful lamb, you have such you take such good care of us. Just touch me already. I mean alright, anyway. What's this? What the? Glowing fertilizer. Anyway, I will only held the funeral for. You know what? I'm gonna clean. I'm gonna clean some of the poop first. And she'll get tagged by him later. Now's not the time. I feel like she's asleep at this time. Come on. Let the girl rest. Anyway. You good? Oh, you're sick. Oh. Okay. It is very sad news that two of our loyal followers have already met their maker, Arctic and Kimmery. May their soul rest in peace, and may their soul guide the cult to a new, better future. You will be missed. Damn, 2 people already dead on the first stream, huh? And to begin with, I would be going into, huh? We're not going to. I'm missing so much. How the frick did you die? Did you ate a fish, Kim? Deadly fish the chat. Bury them near the garden. Vote. I couldn't vote. For not going in the bathroom. Shake my head. Do fast in honor for me. Oh yeah. I should do fasting since that's part of also the objective. Furina-san can be very cute sometimes. Furry Mori. Oh, that's a cute name. Furry Mori. Few more. Wow. Oh, right. Offering statues, shelter. What's this? This is what I need. Those damn birds. This is what I need. Yeah. Anyway, broken bed. Thanks that I kinda am. Fury. Oh right. I don't have enough wood to make like a freaking something. And I saw you poop there, Phoebe. You're not slick. Whoa, 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 whoa. Gain a diseased heart every time a tarot card is drawn, but become poisoned after taking damage. Damage dealt increased after issue, but resets when hit. All hearts will be replaced by blue hearts. Draw 4 tarot cards at the start of the run. Ooh, ooh. Kinda want this one though. Fairy ships real and can probably sail the 7 seas. Kim and Fern are furries? Fairy ship. Oh, heck yeah. Fairy ship. Okay, fasting. Yeah. Fasting. Hey, good job, chat. And a ceremony. Also, ready up the raffle for those who want to join the cult. We summon a curse, but vampire grabbers have a chance to heal the wielder using a force of flames foe. New curses. Increase the amount of this one. Yes, please. Wait, I wanna know if how can I revive some? How can we bring back the dead? Because I know we can. I just don't know how. They're just shy, shaking my head. It will happen. No, but you know what? You know that I like someone else already. Why is the follower? Why is the interact give blessing? There you are. Alright, bye Nova. Bye again. Cream on us all. I don't know if I can really do that, dude. You have to unlock one ritual. I don't know how though. Oh, I see. One of the voting status to revive a member. How did I not know? We lost for a long time. Only OG and VC members know about me. Okay, what's it called again? Exhume body? What do you mean exhume? Oh, it's gonna take a long time. You can change the goat whenever you like to. Whenever you want to, I think. I like the lamb more because Cult of the Lamb. Exhume. Dig up a grave. Oh, I see. Alright. Wait, can the dead join back? Like using the raffle? I'm not sure. Yes. Dear Phoebe, what is it? Request? I feel my bones creaking and my sight fading, yet my heart sings knowing I have spent my life in your service, almighty Lamb. Oh, thank you. You're old! God, dude, I gave you the necklace. How are you old already? No, we can't join the raffle. Oh, what? Aw. Alright, night Lotto, night to you as well. See you next stream. Dude, Phoebe, you're getting angst status now. And Pingu is still sick. Aw. Phoebe is older than me in game. Still vigorous though. Yeah. That's why we love you. Am I the only one who's gonna tend the garden? Who's gonna pick up these damn berries? The future is now old. It's now old, man. Ruby, are you gonna tend the garden? You're just gonna plant them. Not sure why. Yeah, I don't know why you're not working there, but anyway, you do you. Mushrooms. Anyway, I actually need to find extra wood. Is there on the there's something on the passage? Excuse me. Pilgrim's Passage. Build a lumberyard. Wait, what about the lighthouse? What about the lighthouse? Just got inspired by... Oh, really, Nova? Oh, I don't have enough wood. Okay. No problem, Nova. And glad that I could help. Well, let's just do some fishing. No, for a fanfic, please, I beg of you. Oh, this is a big one. Oh, crab. It's... If you do, I'm canceling you on Twitter. It's lit RPG, my water is gorgeous. Oh, my Twitter. Oh my gosh, I'm so dyslexic. Gosh. Wait. Holy crap, I forgot. Raffle. Sorry, raffle. We gotta do the recruitment. Damn it, I forgot. Nice. Ah, yes, Laguna Femtoys. Chat, wake up. Again. Chat, please do not pick a freaking deadly fish again. I swear to gosh. Yeah, hope Dalton can get in. Hey, I'm not autistic, dude. Not even diagnosed. You are ready for sermon unlocked thanks to Twitch chat. Oh, thank you guys. I will decide my okay. Ready up. Ready up. And there goes the ad. Oh, sorry, ad break. Right, ad break. Oh, wait, Loton. Shit. Chat. Oh no, I forgot to wake him up 30 minutes ago. Oh no, he probably fell asleep now. Yeah. He said that I had to wake him up in like 10 minutes. It is already past 10 minutes. Okay, one join. Yeah, I think dude is now like on his bed taking a good nap. Go to sleep. Go to sleep now, my little baby. Go to sleep now. Go to sleep. So is the new guys gonna be? I do not know. Oh yeah, it's you know what? Are you sure this is you, Hollow Knight? Okay, that is you. You know what? You've been waiting for so long, and I really appreciate that. Get in the cult. Yeah! After an hour or so. Welcome, dude. Yoshi, what happened to your Wordle thing? Wordle thing? Dude, I have not done Wordle in like 3 days now. Hmm? Does not get jealous if the lamb has more than one spouse. Can be a pet. Generates devotion 50% or slower. Almost 3 hours, dude. Yeah, dude. You know what? I let you worship. We don't have anything else to do, and I will give you a praise as well. I will pet you first, and I will give you a praise for having such patience. Bro, I can marry people on this game. Like, who's gonna be the lucky girl, huh? Who's gonna be the lucky girl, huh? Heck yeah, upgrading. Refinery. Concentrates resources into... I don't know what those are. Offerings. Give me this. The lucky girl or boy. Definitely winter? Yeah, sure, it's winter. I don't have enough. I need 3 more. Come on, I need 3 more. It's just gonna be breed all the time, bro. It's gonna be peak. You won't be walking straight anymore. I feel like wiser after finishing today's Wordle. Is it like a unique word? Something? Come here! Come here! Come here! Come here! Man, I haven't done Wordle such a long time. 3 days now. Do we have enough beds for everyone? Cause I mean 2 of them died. Alright, enjoy the shower, and Nova, stay safe at work as well. You know what, how about we call it a night, chat? How about we call it a night? Hold on, I gotta do this first. Oh, sorry for waking up you guys. Have them preach the body. Yeah, we need resources as much as possible. Unlock the egg store. What? Collect. Oh, bribe a follower with 3 times. Unlock the bribe follower. Bribe a follower with 3 times to increase their loyalty. I want this. Of course, Kim can join for the shower. All our husband and husbands. It says if you want to, but I don't think it's a great idea. Crazy. Anyway, after the sermon, let's call it for tonight, chat. I'm also gonna take a sleep as well. Oh, I maxed it. Damn. Permanently gain a half a heart. Yes please. Wait, let's actually raid someone. Let's raid someone after this. Let's raid someone. I am L, dude. I'd rather go to bed. I'm so tired. Yeah, let's raid someone. Yeah. Let's call it for tonight. Dude. Twitch integration is so freaking fun, I can't lie. It is so peak. Alright. Okay, let us raid someone. I gotta find someone to raid first. Take a bath after work. Alright. Remember to not doom scroll today as well. Yeah, I'd rather go to bed because I'm like tired. I'm like half awake. Okay, let us find someone. You guys can leave, that's fine. if you guys are like, if you guys don't want to join the raid, that's fine. You can just, well, like, leave. Alright, Call to the Lamb. Let us continue this game on Saturday. Yeah, and on Saturday it's gonna like, because I really don't have a good schedule for now. Saturdays and Sundays is only the viable option, so. I want my 6. That's what you get for like putting in-game chats. Do you have to be in the raid? Oh, okay then. Okay, wait. You actually gain points from raiding? Okay, let's raid her Mochi Ban. Oh, they're cute. They're cute. They have like a like the eye in the game. Like I don't know how it's called, but they had like an eye for like the crown. Right, the crown. Okay, let's raid her. Mochi Ban. Yoshi, Yoshi, don't want my little guy to say good boy, my favorite fanboy and such. You don't want my little guy to say. Not sure. I'm not sure. A raid. Mochi Ban. Okay. Yeah, there you are. Anyway, everyone, thank you for those who are watching right now. Thank you all so much for the love and support this evening. I really appreciate you guys participating in the Twitch in the Cult of the Lamb community event. I'm gonna consider this as like a community event. Again, thank you so much for the love and support, and for joining the cult as well. See you guys next time on Saturday. Probably, I'll just announce it on the server. For those who don't know, I have a Discord server. Feel free to join. And yeah, that's about it for this evening. And bye chat, good night, have a good sleep, and enjoy the rest of your evening or morning. Bye bye. We're just gonna start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, behave. Bye bye.